was better than the performance she saw, probably.
This is really bad.
Maybe
I
so.
wouldn't have walked out on that, that's for sure.
All right, well, we are out of time here. We have to take her. She won the Best News Anchor again. We have to take her and put the crown on after we leave here.
Stop.
But yes, you
crown.
watched Good Day Orlando. Best local TV morning show, according to the Best of Orlando, right there. Yay! Thanks for joining us today.
And thank you for
Bye,
voting for us,
everybody.
guys. We so appreciate you.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, good morning to you. Welcome into Fox 35 News Plus. A lot to get into right now, but we are going to go ahead and jump right in because this is a live look at the White House where President Trump is speaking right now to reporters, talking about some of the improvements that are underway on the White House grounds, including the new helipad. Let's go ahead and listen in as he speaks, and we'll see if he also takes some questions from reporters gathered.
That's really powerful stone. That stone that if you took a hammer and you started hammering right now, all day long, you would not see where you hammered. I don't care how strong you are. You wouldn't see a mark on it, literally. That's the kind of power it is. So it's the kind of thing that should have been done. It's also 4 inches thick. Normally you'd get an inch or an inch and a half. It's 4 inches thick. It makes it much more powerful because it's the White House. And this comes through contributions, donations from numerous people, including me. And now we're going to walk over and we're going to see, this goes equidistant on the other side. And right over there, if you notice, is where the ballroom and military complex will be. And the military complex is going to have a drone-proof roof. And you're going to have, on top of the roof, you're going to have drones, mini drones, which will protect Washington, D.C., and will protect the White House. Very important. So let's take a look at the helipad, and we'll walk together if you'd like. Cutouts here are meant for stanchions, stainless steel. So they take that piece up, and they put a stanchion right here. There's a lot of people, they have events, and over the years, they've just put stanchions here. They never had any place to put it. And so what you do is you take that in and you put a stainless steel pole and you have a stanchion. You have a rope line or whatever you might call it. And we picked the exact location where they've had it, but they were never able to do much with it because they weren't able to secure it. We put the stainless steel pieces in, they take it off, they put in a stainless steel rod, and they put the rope. I think before we go in, you might take a look at the facade of the White House. The facade was in very bad shape. It had never been touched before other than some paint slopped on it. And we took it down to the basic. We took it down to the base. And again, we're talking about 1792. Much of this is up from 1792. There haven't been that many additions. And if you take a look at the stone, look how perfect the stone is. If you would have looked at it, if you noticed, some people noticed, I noticed it every time I walked in. I noticed it 15 years ago when I came to the White House. I said, boy, the face of the building is in very, very bad shape. Big chips out of it, broken stone. It was in very bad shape, and you can see it now. That's just a temporary cover for shade for the workers because it's so hot. But the canopy will go back on. So you look at the stone, look at the columns, how perfect they are. They were so bad that when you looked up, you'd say, boy, those things are in bad shape. They had literally chunks of stone out of them missing. And now they're really in flawless condition. So it's very good. Very proud to do it. Enjoy it, and very proud to do it. Again, you have the facade, and this goes down here. The facade of the building connects in here. And the helipad, I think you'll be very excited to see. It's really something very, very special. Come on over here. This is a path leading with the same exact granite, very strong granite. You'll never see a crack in this granite. I will go on the line. So in 10 years, if you see a crack, you'll say, well, Trump just said you'll never see a crack. You'll never see a crack on this granite. This is very, I guess nothing's indestructible, but it's pretty close. It's really high quality. Again, this was all black asphalt that was in terrible shape. And asphalt only lasts for a season. It doesn't last very long, especially when it gets this kind of use. And so it would have literally potholes and cracks all over it. Not appropriate for the White House.
Wait for the Wrangler. Wait for the Wrangler. Back up. Guys. Okay.
Come on over here. So this is all brand new grass. The grass was in terrible shape, and we have a great man that works here for 54 years, Dale. And he said, you know, it'd be nice to be able to change the grass. You know, grass has a life like humans have a life. And this is all going to be, right now, it's put in, if you come back in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, it's in shock. But you come back in 2 or 3 weeks, this has all been redone. It's all been topsoiled. In other words, we put topsoil, brand new earth on top. Very, you know, lot of good ingredients in that earth for grass. If you're grass, you're very happy. And this grass will look so beautiful. If you remember, it had big sunken areas in here, and it was pretty bad. It was in bad shape. But this grass was the highest quality. It was given free of charge by Scott's Miracle Grow, Scott's. And Scott's is a great company. They actually contributed to my campaign. I must be honest, you'll figure that one out. And they said to me, sir, we'd like to replace the grass at the White House with the highest quality grass and do a real job. So Scott's, I want to thank Scott's Miracle Grow. It's I think the biggest grass company in the world, somebody said, but it's very big and very good, and the owners are fantastic people, and I want to thank them. So this side, they just started putting it down. If you can see, this will be happening over here too. As you remember, I donated the flagpoles, one on each side, because the White House didn't really have an appropriate American flag. It had a small one on top. We left that, but it didn't have an appropriate American flag. And this is a great pole. This is the top of the line. It's tapered. This isn't a straight up and down job, which looks terrible, frankly. That's a tapered pole. Great. I'm very good at flagpoles. So we have the flagpole, we have the grass, we have the entrance. And again, this is mostly going to be for helicopters, a lot of use. You know, when they landed a helicopter, every time they landed it, people would have to go outside with steel pads, put them down. They were just the size of one of these slabs, and put them down and hope the helicopter was able to land them. The good thing about Marine One is the helicopter division of the White House, essentially. The good thing is the pilots are the best pilots in the world. We have the best plane pilots, and we have the best helicopter in the world. They take them from the various services, the Army, they take them from the Air Force, the Marines, the best pilots. So they never had a problem landing them, but it was not a good situation. And with the bigger helicopters, the more powerful helicopters, literally this grass would be ripped out by its roof and by its roots. And in one landing, the entire grass was gone. So what they did is, when a president would be flown to the White House, they used different helicopters. I said, that's a pretty expensive way of doing it. So now with the helipad, we won't have any problem with the grass. Yeah, please.
You're talking about all the construction out here and certainly
Right.
the ballroom project. What is your plan if the Supreme Court rules against that?
Well, we hope that doesn't happen. I can't imagine it happening. The lawsuit the person had no standing. It was a person who said she walked along and she didn't like the view, even though nothing was built. A person that didn't like it and never even saw a rendering of it. We've gotten tremendous architectural reviews. It's beautiful. The woman has absolutely no standing, according to every analyst that I've seen, legal analyst. And it's a lawsuit that should have never been even allowed to be brought. But hopefully we'll do very well with it. We had a great ruling from a very highly respected judge, as you know. And hopefully the Supreme Court will agree with that ruling.
When do you expect the helipad to be open?
This will be open within, could be, you know, it would be good if it was. I took an extra week to lift it. Again, what it was is it sloped, quite substantially this way. Because what we'll have here is people will get out. They'll have, when it's good weather, they'll, in addition to helicopters, you'll see the surface is incredible. All of these letters are hand carved and put into the black stone, which is also about 35,000 pounds per square inch. You'll see the quality of the work. You have to look when you get up there. Look at the quality of the letters and the quality of the cut. How it's 1/10 of an inch around the entire. It's really, these are done. These people are brilliant artists, really.
Can you still do a state arrival ceremony?
Oh yeah, now you can do a much better state. This will be much better for state arrival. And in fact, instead of being on grass now, they'll be using that almost like a table. They can have events on it. They can have people go there for cocktails and then walk to the ballroom after that's finished. We can have really incredible, this is unbelievable for state. Without even having to go into the White House, they get out of the car on the beautiful new roadway. They get out of the car and they walk down this path onto that, and they can have cocktails and everything outside of the White House, and then they go into the ballroom. Even the military, they can use it like that, and we have the ballroom is so much a military component with the drones and the bomb shelters and everything else that we have in there. So it's really, that started off as a ballroom. And before we started work, the military came to see me and they say, sir, we have an opportunity to do something incredible here. And we've been trying to do it for 100 years, but we've never had an opportunity like that. So I had to make that decision. And I said, look, go ahead, design what you want. And that goes down 5 stories. It goes down almost 65 feet.
What's in those 5 stories?
Well, I'm not allowed to discuss that, but a lot of very detailed stuff. That's why bringing the lawsuit was very unfortunate, because most people didn't know that. Now they do know that. They shouldn't have known that. And I told that to the it's called the National Trust for Historic Preservation of the United States. It's not associated with the United States. The United States doesn't even donate to it because they don't agree with it, because they made fools out of themselves over the years. But I said to them, if you do this, you'll file it in court and people will see what we're doing, and the enemy shouldn't be allowed to see it. They didn't care about that because they don't care about the country. Okay, come on over here. Nice job, fellas. Does anybody know the word media? This is serious media. And you guys are doing a great job. Sorry to take an extra week and a half, but lifting it up was one of the best things we've ever done, right? Lifting it up, right? Thank you, Jared. I knew you didn't like that, but and it's still grains. I watched it. There's enough grain. But the lifting it up was a big element. We're going to use this for a lot of different things. So this is a helipad at the highest level. It can land any helicopter in the world, no matter how big, no matter how powerful, no matter how strong. It would. I was explaining for the construction people. I was explaining how when the new big Sikorskys landed, the grass was completely wiped out. Yeah, come on over here, fellas. The grass was. Fellas, come on over here. Come on. And I just want to say they've done a fantastic job. So if you take a look from the media standpoint, you look at the lettering and you look at the joints, they're like flawless. The exact, like 1/10 of an inch, and it's the exact same size. Right? These are real artists. Where's Brett? Here. I don't want to give him too much credit, and I don't want a lot of people using him, so I'm not going to even mention his name. I'll just say his name is Brett. Because I don't want other people, because we got a lot of work to do, and I want you to stay here. I'm not looking for you to go to other jobs, okay? But the job he's done, he's an artist, Brett Rugo. He's an artist, and when you see in the middle, they're doing the eagle of the United States of America. That's what's in the process, and I guess that's what I'm saying.
President Trump speaking live right now outside the White House, getting our first look at the White House helipad that is under construction right now. You can see a lot of the workers out there at this very moment. We are continuing to monitor this. We were waiting to see if President Trump is going to take some questions. We know he was just weighing in on social media a little bit ago about a couple of the election results from Florida last night. So it'd be curious to see if he might be asked about some of those things. Right now, we are going to step aside here on Fox 35 News Plus, though. We'll get you back to that if there is some, if they do start taking questions, if there are some comments of interest there. There is more coverage of this right now on Live Now from Fox, so you can watch that there. We're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Well, welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday, the day after a big primary election that saw some interesting things happen, and now some questions about what things look like now as we transition from the primary campaign to the general election campaign, which, because our primaries in August, the general election is now just a few weeks away, it seems like. So it's going to be here pretty quick. So we've got a lot to talk about today. We are pleased to be joined by UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, joining us live now via Zoom. John, always enjoy talking with you, and thanks for joining us today.
Good morning, Garrett.
So we've got a lot to talk about. And I want to start with the 7th congressional district race, which is one we've talked about quite a bit before because there were always some interesting storylines here. I want to get your take on what we saw last night with Corey Mills going down in that race to Ryan Elijah.
Yeah, that was a big one to watch. It seemed very evenly poised between the Trump endorsement on the one hand for Mills, but then a lot of local officials supporting Elijah and a lot of criticism and controversies around Mills. So, it's hard to see what's going to happen among primary voters. For Elijah, that's a solid win. It positions him well considering the district for the general election. And I think probably Republicans are breathing a sigh of relief that they're going into November with someone who's pretty clean and not tainted with all these scandals, rather than someone who's got a lot dogging him.
Yeah, you had mentioned the previous Trump endorsement of Corey Mills. The president, when he was kind of re-upping many of those endorsements over the past couple of weeks leading up to the primary, Corey Mills was noticeably absent from that list. And then today on Truth Social, President Trump posted this saying, "I told Congressman Corey Mills of Florida, a friend of mine, to get out of the race, but he wouldn't listen. He thought he could win, so who can blame him? We now have a great candidate, Ryan Elijah, running in his place. Ryan stands for everything MAGA and is respected by all. He has my complete and total endorsement." Your reaction to these comments from the president today after Corey Mills lost last night?
It's a bit entertaining. Certainly, the president could have said some of those things more publicly before the primary election. He didn't. Mills's ads and lawn signs and so forth, made heavy use of the endorsement. So it can, in some ways, be seen, I think, as the electorate's failure to follow the president's lead in this instance. And that's very interesting because, normally you think of the endorsement as being very valuable for Republicans in a primary. It might clear the primary field, and it hasn't done that here.
Yeah, and also interesting to note a case out of South Florida as well, where a Trump-endorsed candidate failed to win last night. Although we should point out that in the vast majority of cases, it does seem to be that the Trump endorsement is certainly a big help in those races. And so I just want to, before we kind of move on to one of the other races, just to talk to us about kind of the outlook for this race going forward. Bale Dalton winning on the Democratic side as expected. So you now have a couple of newcomers who are going to be facing off in this general election. And I would imagine, like you said earlier, the Democrats probably wanted to see Corey Mills in this race. Now it becomes a little bit harder for them to pick up this seat, I would imagine.
Well, I think if you think about how the parties are going to look at these races, they're going to arrange them nationally from, what are the best chances for the Republicans, and then ranking them down as things get, worse and worse. And the ultimate question is, how strong are the Republicans versus the Democrats in this election? So for Elijah to beat Mills reduces the vulnerability for the Republicans in this election, and might lead Democrats to put this down their priority list, to maybe devote money and resources elsewhere. And that development would certainly be a good development for Elijah. It kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy that if you look strong, you're not going to attract opposition, and so that's going to help you to continue to look strong.
Let's talk about the Senate race, because this one is making national headlines today. Ashley Moody, obviously, cruising to the Republican nomination. She's the incumbent right now. But in the Democratic race, it was quite the upset. For Angie Nixon, a state representative from Jacksonville and a Democratic Socialist candidate, beating Alex Vindman, who was well funded. He has name recognition from on a national level, at least. I'm curious what you make of what we saw in the Democratic primary for the Senate seat.
Well, I think I might be in the minority on this result. I wouldn't have considered this a surprise. I don't consider it a surprise. Vindman was a figure in the first Trump impeachment, which was late 2019. That's a long time ago. That's pre-COVID. Maybe he's well known on MS Now among people who watch a lot of, Democrat-oriented cable news, but he didn't have a connection to Florida. He hadn't previously won public office, whereas Nixon had, and he certainly didn't have the level of enthusiasm among, the Democratic left that Nixon did. And Nixon has been a more strident opponent of DeSantis and, more confrontational towards Republicans in the state. So it's not terribly surprising to see her yield some reward from that.
At the same time, going forward now, I would imagine if you are the Democratic Party nationally, when you were talking about kind of the congressional races and kind of ranking those, and if it were Vindman, I would imagine there may have been some more national money pouring in. But with this, Angie Nixon, it was already going to be an uphill battle. I mean, let's be honest, for any Democratic candidate to beat Ashley Moody in November, it's going to be an uphill battle. But I would imagine Democrats now are saying, nationally are probably saying, well, we're not going to put much money or much focus on that race.
Yeah, for Florida Democrats these days, it's always an uphill battle. Nixon and the criticisms that the Republicans will levy against her, do hurt in this state. It's probably a distraction for the Jolly Graham ticket to be associated with that and have her on the ticket with them. And so I would expect, that national Democrats will put less into the state. Although, I saw one report last night, someone had quoted an anonymous Democratic operative who said, in a way, this isn't bad because it was going to be uphill with Vindman in a general election against Moody anyway. And so this will allow some of that Democratic support to go to other places where it might be of greater utility.
Let's talk about the governor's race now. And just one quick point there. It was interesting. David Jolly kind of getting out ahead of it last night in some of his remarks to supporters in Miami Lakes last night, saying he rejects socialism. So, trying to kind of get out ahead of that argument if someone's trying to tie him to maybe what Angie Nixon stands for. But let's talk about the governor's race. Obviously, no surprises in what we saw with David Jolly kind of securing the Democratic nomination, Byron Donalds locking up the Republican nomination. But I'm curious if there are anything, specifically on the Republican side when it came to the kind of split of votes. Did anything surprise you? Did anything stand out to you about the distribution of votes among the four major candidates on the Republican side?
I think that came out pretty much where the polls had it. It's a multi-candidate race. And so for someone like Donalds to be at 47, 48% is just mathematically a pretty good result. Collins had shown weakness. He had never gotten the support of DeSantis, and he was kind of a latecomer to this process, to the state and being lieutenant governor and so forth. So I don't think that was a terrible surprise. He did fairly well under those circumstances, and maybe that saves his future political career. The Fishback number at 10-11% was maybe higher than Republican operatives would have liked, because that might suggest that they have continued battles against the alt-right and that faction of the party down the road.
Yeah, and I think there were a lot of questions about how that support and attention that his campaign has gotten online might translate, and so there are interesting lessons, I think, to be learned, going forward, and kind of seeing how that, what that looks like in the future. How does the governor's race change now? I mean, in some ways, we have already seen Byron Donalds and David Jolly kind of acting as if they were the presumptive nominees, leading up to this. But what changes now? What messaging changes, if anything, now that we are officially kind of in this new phase and of the general election campaign?
Yeah, I think, in the question, you kind of addressed it. They've already been laying out their major points of attack. Just given the demographics of the political distribution of the state, it seems like Donalds is raced to lose. And it's always a question in a big state with lots of media markets for a political party like the Democrats to be as disadvantaged as they are. What do they need to do, or what needs to happen? What luck is required for them to make a close race or even to win? And we can see how close it gets. We can see if there's a challenge to Donald's, but it would seem that this race will play out kind of like more like 2022. It would seem to me, which was a DeSantis romp, than 2018, where you saw Andrew Gillum nearly defeat Ron DeSantis.
Now Byron Donalds and his campaign, they're on the clock. Got 9 days to name their lieutenant governor pick, running mate. We already know David Jolly's pick. He announced it well in advance, Gwen Graham. Any names in particular that might stand out for Byron Donalds, or what in particular do you think the Donalds camp might be looking for in a running mate for this fall?
Well, I think the standard ideas behind a running mate is you try to minimize any shortcomings of your candidate, so or to balance with a different constituency within the state. Donalds is younger. He might choose to go with someone who's more experienced, who's older, who has more experience in the state, as opposed to Donalds' background, which has been more in Washington. They might go in a more business-oriented direction, and they could balance a ticket more, demographically by adding someone who was Latino or female. It is interesting to note, right? What you're seeing here at the state level and kind of throughout the state is a lot of diversity on the tickets. Democrats are traditionally associated with this, but you're also seeing, on the Republican side here in this election, you've got a woman who's their senatorial nominee, and an African American who's the gubernatorial nominee. So that's a big difference for the state and for the party.
A lot of interesting things that we saw last night, and will continue to be an interesting season as we look ahead to the November election. UCF political science lecturer John Hanley, we appreciate your time, and thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Thank you, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. That event at the White House, President Trump did take a few questions. We will play those for you coming up in just a little bit. Right now, I want to get you to South Florida. We are continuing to follow up on the election results from last night. Florida Democrats right now holding a news conference, I believe in Little Havana, and speaking about some of the results that we have seen in some of those races. This is coming to us live. We got a live stream on Facebook. We'll go ahead and listen in for a minute, see what they are talking about the day after the election. We may have lost our live video feed, so maybe we will not go to that after all. We will keep trying to get that right now. We are tracking some breaking news as well. The report from the Orange County Sheriff's Office looking into Sloth World has been released, and we have a statement as well. Here's the bottom line. It appears that there are no criminal charges that are going to be filed. And so let me pull up the graphic for you that kind of shows what the bottom line is with that, and I'll read that quote for you. This is from the Orange County report from the conclusions of their investigation. Their comments saying the findings are consistent with a complex health-related event involving multiple stressors associated with the capture, transportation, acclimation, and continued care of a highly specialized species. Based on the totality of the evidence collected and reviewed, OCSO investigators found that the circumstances surrounding the deaths appear consistent with a multifactorial animal health incident rather than the result of criminal activity or improper care. These findings have been shared with the state attorney's office. So investigators say they determined that Sloth World workers did provide ongoing care and monitored the animals, including doing things like documenting food and water consumption, environmental management through temperature and humidity controls, routine observation, and access to veterinary services. They say records reviewed during that investigation showed the facility did maintain required standards and remained in compliance with state inspection requirements. So this is a big update here. This is something that we knew that was happening, and we now kind of have a look from that final report. We'll keep digging into this. This is something that Fox 35 has been looking into and investigating for a while now. We know a number of investigations were launched after Fox 35's initial reporting on this. And so this is something we've been keeping a close eye on. But it appears at this point that the Sheriff's Office is not recommending criminal charges in this case. They have shared that information with the state attorney's office. We'll work on checking in with one of our reporters on this coming up in just a little bit as well, and we'll continue to follow up and kind of track some of the fallout from this. We know there have been dozens of sloths who died under the care of Sloth World as they discussed in this report and in that quote that we just played for you. We also know that even after those the remaining sloths were rescued, that several more were still in bad shape and ended up dying. Now, Central Florida Zoo has been taking care of the remaining sloths, and hopefully it appears they may have made a kind of turned the corner there. So hoping that things are looking up. But investigations have been continuing up to this point. The Orange County Sheriff's Office, today releasing their final report, looking at the criminal side of things. And again, the bottom line, they are advising against criminal charges in that case. Well, we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus. Still have a lot to get to here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So don't go anywhere, and we will be right back. Brooks Garner joins me now. And Brooks, here we are midweek and getting ready for a little bit of a change.
We are, yes. And yesterday was kind of a transition day from this dry, hot pattern to a really stormy one. And we've got storms that are going to be on the way today and a more widespread capacity even than what we saw yesterday. And it'll be like this for the better part of the next 5 days, which is great news. We need the rain. But first, another heat advisory. Another day, another heat advisory. Go figure. But this is, in a way, kind of historic because we've had an incredible string of days that have been warmer than normal. Let me give you an example. I bring the receipts. Here's a stat. A lot of people have thought, well, it's been a really hot July, but since July 1st and August 1st, it's been a really hot July and August. We've had 49 days elapsed, right, since July 1st. And I picked July 1st kind of randomly, but it seems like a good round number because July is the first full month of summer. June 21st is when summer began, and so July is a good measuring point of like the heart of the summer in August as well. Well, 49 days, 38 of them have been above normal. That's almost 80% of all days this summer have been above normal. The average high, 94. And if that sounds hot, it is. Our average high during this period is typically 92. Now, I know 2 degrees above normal doesn't sound that dramatic, but from an energy point of view, it equates to your air conditioner working about 15% harder than it would typically just to keep things as they normally would be if you set your thermostat at 75 or 76. That equates to something like 50 or 60 bucks a month extra. So right there, I mean, that's grocery money, right? So this has had an impact as far as that goes, the bottom line. But also on the body, if you work outside all day, this kind of weather has a real effect and a real impact on you. And not every day is just 2 degrees warmer than normal. For instance, this week, we've averaged 5 to 6 degrees above normal, and that really quickly places you from uncomfortably hot to dangerously hot. The only reason it was only 2 degrees above normal when we average it all out is that we did have about 10 days where temperatures were a little bit below normal or about normal. So anyway, it's not just you. It actually has been hot. So this isn't just summer. This isn't just August. This isn't just, oh, this is Florida, get used to it. This is a lot warmer than even the most seasoned Floridians can remember. We've had a string of summers that have been incredibly warm, and today's no exception. Not warm in the sense of it's 115 degrees for the actual air temperature, but just this unrelenting, gnawing pain or ache of slightly warmer than normal weather. And that really does kind of have an impact. So yes, we are looking at a heat advisory today until 8 p.m. But as I mentioned, we're getting into a situation where we're going to have a little bit more rain, and that's because of this. We've got right now an upper level system developing. And you see that surge of air from the north in blue, and then the surge of air in yellow coming in from the south. They're now starting to spin around each other in the Tampa Bay area. And this is what it's going to look like in the upper levels. By this afternoon, this weak upper level low will represent an area not just of instability and rising air, which you'd associate with low pressure, but also higher buoyancy in the atmosphere. Buoyancy being like, if you release a balloon, it goes up really high, right? If it's a helium balloon or something like that. Well, in this case, there's a lot of cool air aloft. And so all that heat and humidity resulting in the heat advisory is going to go up into the sky, create billowing cumulonimbus clouds, a lot of rain, and a lot of thunderstorms. So this pattern with this upper level low, or as it will be referred to, a trough of low pressure aloft, will help to get storms going, and they'll become scattered, if not numerous. Here's a look at future radar by 2 o'clock. Isolated storms becoming scattered by 3 and more numerous in coverage as we head into the afternoon and the evening. It's not going to rain all day, but there will be times of rain that it really, really comes down. I don't think that future radar did it justice. It was kind of like yesterday. I showed you that future radar where it showed a chance for a couple of storms, but we had some pretty big downpours. Now today, because we still have a little bit of dry air aloft, wind gusts are going to be a concern as far as what could make some of these storms severe. But all of the storms, severe or not, will have a lot of lightning, so dangerous lightning, and also a potential for a little flash flooding in some of the areas like the urban centers that have kind of like known drainage issues, where we could get 2 or 3 inches of rain in short order. Well, the good news in the tropics, at least, is that everything's quiet and will remain so, at least for the next 7 days. Very unusual. The peak of the hurricane season is September 10th, but we've had an abundance of Saharan air, that dust killing the storms, pretty similar to what we saw in 2013. And that was a huge summer of this explosion of Saharan dust, and that really kept the season slow. As we head toward the peak of the season in early September, El Nino is likely to get our wind shear pumping, and we're going to have a lot of damaging wind shear to tamp down some of the storms. We'll probably still have a few hurricanes, and it only takes one to make a bad hurricane season. Just ask Hawaii, by the way. I'll get into that in a second. But the chance is going to be statistically lower, and the intensity also likely lower overall. Not the case in the Pacific. They're experiencing the opposite. This El Nino producing much hotter than normal conditions in the Pacific. That's like jet fuel for these hurricanes. That's Hurricane Lala. By the way, it's called a hurricane because it's east of the international date line. If it's west of the date line, it becomes a typhoon. Same phenomena, though. But this brushed the Big Island of Hawaii as a hurricane, but it never made landfall. However, it did drop up to 40 inches of rain, causing catastrophic flash flooding and debris flows. It washed out roads on the Big Island, and it knocked out power for 250,000 people. Anyway, just to show you that, it's a big old hurricane, Cat 3, out in the middle of the Pacific. So, back home, we are looking at a Fox 35 Storm Team Alert Day today, first for the heat and then for the storm threat. Now, a lot of folks have been taking precautions. Garrett, I was talking to Amy Kopfeld, our anchor on Good Day Orlando, and she was saying that a lot of the students at her kids' high school have had practice inside because middle school and high school because of the heat. And that's good because when you're looking at highs around 96 with a feels like temperature of 115, it's not a matter of how tough you are or toughening you up. It's a matter of physics where the sweat on your body just cannot evaporate as quickly as needed to really cool you down and maintain a body temperature. So that results in the core temperature rising, and especially if you're wearing pads and all the gear. That said, there was one local university that quite literally the head coach said, hey, we're trying to toughen up our players. We're practicing in the heat regardless. And they practice in the heat. I'm leaving it nameless because I don't want to get into that stuff. I'm just saying from the science point of view. But that can be dangerous. And there have been cases where players on teams have endured heat injuries or worse, ignoring the signs of heat exhaustion and heat stroke. Hopefully everybody stays healthy. Hopefully they're taking the breaks they need. Maybe they're taking a lot of water breaks. But the fact is they're playing outside in these conditions. And it was interesting to hear the coach say specifically we're doing this to toughen them up. And unfortunately, when it's at this level of heat, it's not a matter of toughening up. Your body has limits. So just to put that out there from the meteorology point of view and the science point of view. But the good news, Garrett, is that in the 7-day forecast, we're going to see conditions improving with these mid and upper 90s graduating to what would be more typical this time of year, about 91 to 92 for highs.
We need a break. Our air conditions need a break.
Yes, all of it. I mean, $120 or more will be the average household cost in addition, just to cool things down for the last couple of months. I mean, in this economy, that's going to have an impact on a lot of families. And of course, we need to remember our athletes because it just doesn't work like that where you can toughen up necessarily just by being exposed to that level of heat. So be safe out there and watch out for that lightning this afternoon. Yeah, Garrett, I say it's akin to having your players out there in a thunderstorm saying, well, the lightning will toughen them up. No, you got to be careful with it.
Yeah, a lot of impacts to be aware of because of how serious and how dangerous it can be.
Yes.
Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Brooks Garner, we appreciate you joining us.
You got it, Garrett. Thanks as always.
Let's give you a live look right now at downtown Orlando on this Wednesday. We are approaching the noon hour. Just in to our newsroom, we have learned that Governor DeSantis will be holding a news conference this afternoon in Orlando, going to be at Advent Health. It is scheduled for 3:45. So that is after we are done here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be live streaming that for you on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. So you'll be able to live stream that and watch the governor. He's holding that news conference with Florida Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo and Siobhan Harris, who is the Secretary of the Agency for Healthcare Administration. So 3:45, Governor DeSantis. You can add that to your streaming schedule for the day. Right now, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at the White House right now, and you can see some of the work being done on that portico. If you were with us earlier, we watched live as we got a first look at the new helipad that is under construction on the White House grounds as well. We heard from the president kind of showing that off, showing some of the construction work underway, and speaking for a while about that, pointing out some of the details as well. And then he did take questions briefly from reporters after that, talked about several different topics, tariffs, talked about South Korea, I believe also talked about Iran. We were kind of keeping an ear on that situation, so I do want to go ahead and play for you a few minutes as President Trump took questions from reporters. We do expect to hear from him again later today, but here's what he said on the White House grounds when he was asked several questions.
And they called yesterday and they gave us the points that we had to have. Very fair deal for both. The tariffs will be non-existent for our farmers. Our farmers were paying tremendous tariffs into Canada, and those tariffs are going to be totally eviscerated, down to zero.
Is the U.S. going to lower tariffs on Canadian autos or lumber?
We're doing certain things. We got to give something, and we're doing certain things. They were paying a high number. We're reducing it a little bit. It's good for everybody. But our farmers are going to be thrilled. Our manufacturers are going to be thrilled. And basically, we have no tariffs going into Canada anymore. Canada was charging us tremendous tariffs. We no longer have any tariffs. And what I was able to do is we put, as you know, under the new tariff, I guess you'd call it the new tariff schedules that we came out with. They were going to get a 50% tariff on everything starting today. And we've held it back 3 days. It's all subject to finalization of documents. So subject to the finalization of documents, we have a deal with Canada. And I think it's a very good deal for both parties. It's great for our farmers. Our farmers will no longer be held up because they were being hurt very badly by Canada. Yeah. The Strait, last night we had a lot of boats come through. We have possession, complete control of the Strait. I mean, outside of nuisance value, and there is nuisance value when they shoot a drone every once in a while, and not everybody's going to go through, but they come through. And over the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of oil coming out, a lot of oil. It's not going to be perfect, but it's a lot of oil coming out, a lot. In fact, people are amazed. One of the reasons that oil hasn't gone to like the proverbial $300 a barrel, it's at 83, 84, 85. And it'll be a lot lower when this is over because we have plenty of oil. But one of the reasons it never went to the 3 and 350 numbers because we have a lot coming out. And people are finding alternatives too. And you know one of the alternatives? Texas. You know another one? Alaska, Louisiana. They're coming to the United States to get oil. And people say, oh, you shouldn't say that because it makes it sound, well, it is what it is. I mean, they're coming to Texas, Louisiana, and Alaska to get oil.
Mr. President, when we have talked
about what?
Reopen negotiations.
Maybe at some point, but right now, I think the situation is so good, but maybe at some point. Look, it's very simple. They have to get rid of completely. They have to get rid of no nuclear weapons. Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. You know why? Because they'd use it. And we're not going to let them use it. So Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And they won't. Thank you very much. I'm glad you came out. Thank you.
President Trump answering a few questions earlier at that event on the helipad where he was showing off the construction work and things being done there. Also want to let you know he is expected to speak again and hold an event at the White House where he will be joining with some technology leaders, some at this tech event inside the Roosevelt Room. That is scheduled for 2:30. We'll be listening in to that. We'll bring that to you and some of the president's remarks at that event. We'll also be watching for any additional questions that he may take from reporters at that. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday, whatever day it is, Wednesday, almost noon now. We appreciate you joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to give you a live look inside a couple of different courtrooms and some trials this week that we've been keeping an eye on. On the left there, jury selection continuing right now in Orange County in the trial for Jalen Edgar. He is accused of killing two people in that Halloween night shooting at the block party downtown Orlando back in 2024. We do expect opening statements this afternoon. You see Jalen Edgar seated at the defendant's table there with his attorney. There were some issues that Edgar had with previous attorneys. In fact, that was one reason that his trial that was originally scheduled for back in January ended up being delayed, was because of some issues with his defense. He had requested a temporary insanity defense, said there had been some issues with his legal team. And so that was one reason for the delay. Jury selection has been going on all week. It appears we are getting close to seating a jury. Again, opening statements are expected this afternoon. We will hopefully be able to listen into some of that. So we'll be monitoring this and keeping an eye on that. We do know that prosecutors, as you see there, one of the prosecutors standing and asking questions of prospective jurors right now. The prosecution plans to call close to a couple dozen witnesses. Their case could take a couple of days. So this is a trial that we'll be at least watching for the rest of the week, or we certainly expect to. So we're watching that. On the right there, you're looking at the Dagmar Aponte trial. This is the third day of that trial. They're taking a lunch break right now, but we appear to be nearing to closing statements in that one. Yesterday, a school resource officer testified for quite a while and was actually back on the stand earlier this morning. Aponte is a Volusia County woman who is accused of attacking a school resource deputy when the deputy attempted to handcuff and arrest her 11-year-old son. Again, yesterday we heard from that deputy. Listen into some of that testimony live as well, right here on Fox 35 News Plus. And so that is a case that we have been watching closely, and we will see what happens. Again, closing statements could be happening this afternoon, so we will be watching for that, and then we will be on verdict watch shortly after that. I see Judge Karsten speaking right now in the Jalen Edgar trial, so I'm just going to go ahead and we're just going to go ahead and listen in for a minute and see what's going on there.
Break. Please discontinue your attention from that media and so report when we resume.
All right, so they are going to be taking a lunch break, so nothing super exciting happening there. Also in a lunch break is a trial that we're watching out of Jacksonville, where Mario Fernandez Saldana and his now estranged wife are accused of orchestrating a plot to kill Gardner's ex-husband. So this is an interesting alleged murder for hire case that's going on that we've been keeping an eye on. And so they are also in lunch break. So several Central Florida and North Florida trials, really some cases that we've been watching closely, and things that are of interest. So we'll be talking more about some of those coming up in just a little bit, especially once they kind of come back from lunch break here a little bit later. We are also want to let you know, we've talked a little bit about what's coming up this afternoon, but while I've got a second here, I want to go ahead and just kind of run things down with you here, because we've got several things that we'll be talking about here in the next little bit, including previewing the Orlando City game tonight. It's a big one at Inter.co Stadium. Going to be interesting to see a matchup between two soccer legends, Antoine Griezmann for Orlando City and Robert Lewandowski with the Chicago Fire. That'll be interesting to see. Again, that matchup tonight in Orlando at Inter.co Stadium. So we're going to be talking about that coming up in just a little bit. And then also in the next hour, we are expecting to be able to speak with the two candidates in the 7th Congressional District race. That would be Democrat Bale Dalton and Republican Ryan Elijah. We'll be speaking with them, and we will also get Ryan's reaction to the Trump endorsement, which just came down just a little bit ago. So you'll be able to stay tuned for that coming up in a little bit. At 1 o'clock, the Flagler County Sheriff is going to be holding a news conference, giving an update on the arrest and extradition of a suspect in a violent 2015 cold case. So we will get into that coming up in just a little bit as well. We'll be live streaming that news conference for you. Again, that's scheduled for 1 o'clock. So coming up in just a little bit, we will have more on that, and we'll hear from the sheriff with the details of that. But obviously a huge break in that case, something that they've been working to try to solve for 10 plus years now. So really going to be interested to see what comes out of that, and we will find out. We will watch that together coming up in just a little bit. Then don't forget President Trump at 2:30 or 2:30-ish, and then Governor DeSantis at 3:45. All of those things that we'll be live streaming for you either right here on Fox Local or on the Fox 35 Orlando YouTube page. So we'll keep you up to date on that. You are in the right place to really stay on top of all the news. We're continuing to track the report from Orange County today, where they are not recommending criminal charges in the Sloth World investigation. They have closed that. We are getting a look at the final report on that, and we'll be talking more about that in a little bit as well. So things are just getting started. Our busy morning turning into a busy afternoon here on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. So right now we're going to give you a look at downtown Orlando and then go to break right here on Fox 35 News Plus. I'll see you in a couple minutes. Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look at downtown Orlando right now. But right now I want to get you to Atlanta, where we're hearing from several officers who were involved in this case. I don't know if you had the chance to hear yesterday. Obviously a big focus on elections here in Florida, but a crazy case out of Atlanta yesterday where there were two sisters, one 4 years old, one 11 months old, that were kidnapped. There was an Amber Alert issued out of Atlanta yesterday. And then the kids were found after a frantic search. Someone heard a baby crying inside a trailer. Police ended up arresting those two girls' babysitter. So that babysitter now facing charges. Thankfully, those two girls are okay. We're now hearing from the officers who were involved in that rescue and that arrest. So let's go ahead and listen in live in Atlanta this afternoon.
And we can definitely relate to the trauma that the mother of those children were probably going through. So just to be able to help reunite that family and get those children safely meant the world. And it was real easy to keep everyone focused on that mission going into that. We were out there for 5 hours, 93-degree weather, but we knew that the children could have been in worse condition. So it was easy to be selfless, and we do this every day. It was just by chance today that incident that it was our turn to step up.
Absolutely. It's a very thankless job, but I think I speak for myself and every person that has decided to, put on this uniform, that, when it comes to kids who are the most vulnerable, they're the people we really need to protect, there's no extent that we won't go to make sure that those kids are safe. As you can see in the video, I personally didn't put myself in the best situation tactically, but it's for the kids, and that became the most important situation, and it was by any means necessary. We were going to make sure those kids came back.
Personally speaking, I'm proud of this unit stepping up and staying out there for hours without question, as well as our federal partners that help out to get these children. The goal was to get these children alive. The goal was to get the suspect in custody, and we achieved that goal, and we're very relentless in our goals, and we made sure that everybody came home and everybody was safe.
Inside that trailer, was there, you see some water bottles. Do you have an idea of how long those kids were inside the trailer, and do you think they had any plans to stay in there for an extended period of time?
I can't speak to some of the specifics of the investigation, but I do know that the only source of cool was a box fan. If you also notice that there seemed to be a mini fridge and a television, in my opinion, that's clearly where she was living. I do think that given those conditions, no parent, despite any situation, is going to, give their child to someone who doesn't have a stable place to stay and put them in such a bad situation. So like I said, so given that, man, it just kind of made it so we really knew we had to act. Like I said, we don't know how long they were there, but at that point in time, given the conditions and everything, any time they had been there was too long.
What were the restroom facilities for this?
Once again, I can't speak on that. I do know, with the efforts by other detectives, specifically Detective Gardner, to kind of get out on foot and look around, it didn't look like there were any restroom facilities. I do know that the smallest child, the diaper was full, so she clearly wasn't in the best situation. So that kind of made it a much worse thing off to look at.
Just to confirm, the side door of the trailer allowed her to lock herself in, and the back door was locked from the outside?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, to dispel anything that was going on, yes. So there was a side door. She locked herself in. We did try to make entry from the side, but we could not get in given the lack of surface area and the size of our tool, so we just transitioned to the back.
What does the legal process look like for her going forward? Obviously she was arrested here. There was also an instance she's accused of in Alabama. We also heard today from the Fulton County Sheriff's Office that they are looking at her in a similar case. So how does this ultimately look like when you have so many jurisdictions?
Before we answer that, we will not be able to speak to anything that is not our case. We can at least provide just what the normal steps are out of Fulton County, but we won't be able to speak to anything that is not APD related.
Right, so typically, she has been charged with 2 counts of kidnapping and 2 counts of cruelty to children. So that'll rely in Fulton County Courthouse at this time. And then once she meets those charges and her sentence is set, at that point, Alabama has been contacted and they'll follow up. She did have that outstanding failure to appear for that previous case she had in Alabama. So, it'll go through the court's hands now. And then from there, she'll be held accountable for whatever happened prior to.
Is your case first, though?
Since we do have the charges here, she'll have to see charges here first, and then from that point, other jurisdictions then is typically how it does work, yes.
How much did the mother tell you about her relationship with the suspect?
She didn't really go into too much when we talked to her, but we do know from speaking with the mother they've been in contact with each other for about a year, kind of on Facebook, met about 6 to 7 times in person. So it really just looks like the suspect preyed on her, gained her confidence, and then was able to gain her confidence enough to take her children. We did interview her yesterday. We'll have to let some of that information play out in court for the sake of the case. But she did make a statement to us yesterday.
You go ahead.
Has the suspect been cooperative at all? Has she given you any explanation? And I understand she's a mom herself.
I mean, she did speak with us. She answered our questions. And like I say, there's not a lot we can say on that due to the court
But
proceedings.
she's explained her motive to you.
She's given us answers to our questions.
In terms of their relationship, can you talk about like the first 2 days or when the kids went missing, what their interactions were like and what she was telling the mother?
Yeah, so it is the common knowledge that she met with her on Saturday, and at that point the mother went out to grab a bite to eat, I believe, and then at that point she said she was going to take the children to another location, and which had happened in the past. And at that point, the next day, she had reached back out to where, to get her kids back. And that's where the information about, like, oh, we were in a car accident, the kids are at the hospital, where she made those comments, which we were able to verify were untrue, of course. So, yeah, just some behavior on that first day. And that's when the mom finally contacted us, later on Sunday evening. So, yeah, a little delay in us getting notified. But thankfully, it still came to the close that we would like.
Do you know how many times she's watched the kids before?
I don't. No.
The conditions of the kids, like were there any health problems or anything? Just how were they?
They were good. They were transported to Hugh Spalding. Grady arrived and took them to Hugh Spalding. We had contacted the mother, and she went down there to meet with them. So as far as we know, yeah, everything's fine. Kids are good health.
Thankfully, the children in good health after they were rescued. You see some of that body camera video playing in the background. Just a terrifying case there, and you heard a little bit about what investigators believe led up to this, with the babysitter kind of really taking advantage of the mother, building her trust, and then leading up to that kidnapping that led to that Amber Alert and a frantic search in the Atlanta area before their rescue yesterday. It's been interesting to hear them talk about this case and hearing from the officers who were part of that rescue as well. We're going to take a break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Give you a live look right now, Enter.co Stadium, where at 7:30 tonight, it is Orlando City against the Chicago Fire, and the matchup of two soccer legends. We're talking Antoine Griezmann and Robert Lewandowski, two stars facing off for the first time in the MLS, at least. Joining us live now to talk about this and set the stage for us is MLS TV analyst Ross Smith, joining us live now via Zoom. Ross, really appreciate you joining us. We set this up by saying it's the first matchup in the MLS, but these are two stars who have crossed paths before.
They are. They've crossed paths across in Europe. Two guys who have played at the top of the game with their respective clubs. You talk about Antoine Griezmann and Atletico Madrid. You talk about Robert Lewandowski, who's played for Bayern Munich, Barcelona, and of course Griezmann across in Barcelona as well. But the two of them playing at top world clubs at the top level and for their country as well. Two players who have won the most prestigious trophies that you could imagine as a soccer player now coming to this side of the Atlantic, and really nothing's stopped from there. They haven't skipped a beat. They have continued to progress everybody around them. Look, they're as advertised. They've been superb since coming to MLS.
How special will it be to see them on the pitch together tonight in Orlando?
Yeah, Garrett, I think what stands out to me the most is that there is still so much soccer and talent in them. You know, you're looking for that first and foremost. Number one, individually, do they still have it? And are they going to be able to show their world-class skill? And the answer is yes. The second one is, how do they affect everybody else around them? And we are starting to see that for Orlando City fans. You're looking at with Justin Ellis, the young 19-year-old, how it's rubbing off on him playing beside Antoine Griezmann. Tyrese Spicer, who is starting to bang in the goal since the World Cup break. You know, so that proximity effect is taking place in Orlando. And then Chicago as well. They had to make a big decision by parting ways with their goal scorer, Hugo Kuipers, who has gone down to Liga MX, to Monterrey, to make room for Robert Lewandowski. But he's rubbing off on a player like Philip Zinkernagle, who will be playing in proximity. Anyways, these guys have shown that they have plenty of soccer left in them, and what they are doing to influence those around them is having a big impact.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because let's talk about that. For Orlando City, I mean, it's been a tough season for them, obviously.
Yeah.
How has Griezmann being on this team? How have you seen the Lions change, and how do you see them improving? Maybe are there signs of some turnarounds here now that he is on the team, and like you said, rubbing off on some of the younger players here?
Yeah, every area of the pitch, I would say that the ones that matter most, I think that really stand out, where you see it turning around is that guys now have a direction for them. And so they're very technical in the attack. If I looked at that, and you look at Pasalic, Ojeda, we haven't seen yet, Martin Ojeda, because he's been injured. But you imagine when he comes back in and plays alongside Griezmann, there's the complementary skill set to go with Antoine Griezmann is perfect, because they're very technical players around him. It's not as though the ball goes to him and then he's got to make magic happen. He's the type of star that needs support, and he's got support. And so the technical ability to break teams down is there, and I think you're going to see that progress. The other end of it, defensively, now if things aren't going well and you're kind of batting down the hatches and you're under it, you look up and you see a world star in Antoine Griezmann. You think, we can weather the storm, because we know we've got a game changer who can just with a snap of the fingers can change the game. So I do think you're starting to see it trend. I know results haven't quite gone their way, but you can see the confidence in guys. I think the play is a lot more slick, but I think time will certainly tell. And I think you are going to start to see Orlando with results. They're below the playoff line. I think you're going to see them push up above that.
And you were talking about Justin Ellis, and there have been so many times in so many different sports where when you have a young player like that who can have someone like a veteran like an Antoine Griezmann, I mean, that really could be something that can be something that really sets up his future and be super helpful for him.
And the influence, I don't think, can ever be overstated of what these guys can do if they come in with the right approach. And everything we're hearing off the training ground, everything in the news outlets and speaking to guys around the club that we're close with, they're saying Lewandowski and Griezmann, they've come in with the right attitude as well. They want to uplift and they want to bring these youngsters like Ellis along. And speaking from personal experience, when I've had the proximity effect, a young player beside a veteran who's the been there, done that guy, as I call them, what it does for you, you never doubt. When you're on the pitch and you hear that word of advice or, hey, try this, and I'm right next to you, there's nothing like it. It's one thing hearing it from a coach, but from a guy who's got all these trophies in his cabinet telling you, hey, try this, you just feel as though you're always in the right place to guide you. And as a youngster, a 19-year-old, you'll be wondering at times, should I have made that run? Should I have done this with the ball? And when you have a guy to turn to, a Griezmann, who will accept what you ask him and wants to give advice, you know, what you get back is invaluable at 19 years old, and it's gonna carry with him throughout his entire career.
Chicago coming in hot. Their 5-game winning streak. Orlando, as we said, they've had their ups and downs, coming off a draw against FC Cincinnati. This could be an important game.
It's massive. From this stage out as well, we've come out of break, lead up, how you look at their position in the standings. And there's no easy games. I think that the Eastern Conference was a weak conference, that you had 3 teams, and it was a massive drop-off. Chicago's coming back in the running, Orlando's in the running. Atlanta are going to be doing now and splashing the game is so important, especially at home for Orlando. I know it's going to be hot, and you would like to think that they're better equipped to deal with the conditions. They need 3 points. They need 3 points at home. They're below the playoff line. Then to be encouraged about the direction they're going under interim manager Martin Perron.
With Chicago eliminating Orlando for the playoffs last season, you got to think Orlando's going to be playing with a little chip on their shoulder too.
Yeah, absolutely. That always carries. I feel like Orlando always has a chip on their shoulder, you know. And Oscar Pereira, I think he instilled that, which is what I loved. You knowing that you're in a dogfight, and I know players have come and gone, you know, since then. I think of Cesar Araujo and Cartagena, who's of course still here. I think those two were the most horrible players to play against. So a bit of that Oscar Pereira effect is still there. Robin Janssen, I think, is one of the best center backs, has been for a number of years. He still carries that. He's ruthless. And so I imagine he'll be carrying that chip on his shoulder against Chicago.
What are you going to be watching for tonight, Ross?
I mean, the stars, of course, but they're complementary pieces around it. I think you're always looking to see, okay, how quickly can they find the game? Griezmann and Lewandowski, how quickly can they have an impact? So right away, their touches, how do they look early on?
Going to be a good one. We're excited for it. Ross Smith, MLS TV analyst, thanks so much for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus and breaking it down for us.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me on. We'll see you soon.
And as we go to break, give you another live look at Inter.co Stadium. 7:30 kickoff tonight for that one. We'll be right back. All right, we are clear.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon. I don't know why I can't. Actually, I do know why I can't get it straight. It was a long night last night for election night, so I hope you joined us for all of that. We had a lot of fun live streaming here on Fox Local and tracking all those numbers for you. It was a good time, a lot to watch, a lot to talk about, and we appreciate you joining us on this Wednesday afternoon as well. Coming up on 12:30 live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. I want to remind you of a couple of things that we're watching this afternoon. We're about half an hour out from a Flagler County Sheriff's Office news conference where we're expecting some new details about major updates in a 2015 cold case. It sounds like the suspect has been arrested, going to be extradited to face charges in connection with that. We don't know what that case is or anything like that. We're working to learn some more details, and we'll find out together as well coming up at 1 o'clock, around 1 o'clock. So we'll have that live streaming for you. Governor DeSantis is going to be speaking at 3:45. We'll have that for you on our YouTube channel. Let me give you a live look at the White House, where President Trump is expected to hold an event with some tech leaders inside the Roosevelt Room of the White House. Coming up in 2 hours from now is when that is scheduled for. So during our Florida Live Hour, we will see if that ends up starting on time, and we'll be watching for that, and we'll get you to hear some of the president's remarks when he speaks at that event coming up a little bit later this afternoon. We're also waiting for several of these trials that we've been talking about to resume. Still awaiting closing statements in the Dagmaria Aponte trial and awaiting opening statements in the Jalen Edgar trial. So Aponte accused of assaulting a school resource officer on some body camera video that we have shown you a number of times. So that will be going to closing statements and then going to the hands of the jury soon. In fact, let me show you some of that body camera video. This is Dagmaria Aponte. Her husband also faced charges in connection with this. He entered a plea, and his case has been resolved. Here's some of the body camera video of that incident that happened at a middle school, and that confrontation with the school resource deputy whose body camera was recording that. And you can see some of that happening right now. It's kind of chaos caught on camera there. And that school resource deputy testified for quite a while yesterday and then again today. So they're obviously one of the major witnesses in this case. We'll see what happens. The judge and the attorneys just before lunch had been going over jury instructions, which is typically something that they will work out and discuss right before closing statements are delivered. So we'll be watching to see if that happens this afternoon, and then we will be on verdict watch in that case. We also talked about the Jalen Edgar trial. They're in a lunch break right now, but they've still been going through jury selection. Obviously, this comes from the Halloween night shooting back in 2024. You're seeing some of the scene footage there. You are also seeing right there, that's one of the handwritten letters that the suspect, the defendant, Edgar, has submitted to the court. There have been a number of issues that he has raised. We talked earlier about the issues that he had with his defense team and talking through wanting some changes with that, saying that he wanted a temporary insanity defense and that there were some issues that he had been working through with his defense attorney. That's video from one of those previous hearings where some of those issues were brought up. So that put some delays in this case. The trial was supposed to start in January. It has now begun this week with jury selection, and we expect opening statements this afternoon. We'll try to bring those to you live. We also have a reporter in the courtroom, Fox 35's Marie Ettinger, who will have more updates for you later this evening as well. So a lot of things that we are monitoring as we kind of head deeper into the afternoon, things getting ready to pick up. We're also anticipating speaking with the 7th Congressional District candidates coming up in the next little bit as well, coming off their primary wins last night. So a lot to cover, and you're in the right spot for all that news as we continue to track it. I do want to go in depth on something that we've been talking about a little bit, and that is the tourism development tax money here in Orange County. We've talked a little bit about how the TDT task force recently advised against close to $1 billion in taxpayer money to set aside for the Orlando Dreamers for a Major League Baseball stadium, and trying to bring a team to Central Florida here. There were a number of projects that were kind of green lit by that task force that were recommended for that funding. And Fox 35's Johnny Jackson had the chance to speak with Ken Pozek, who is CEO of the Pozek Group, to break down some of what this money could end up going to and some of what it will not or is not expected to end up going to.
Ken, when we're looking at TDT money, all of the projects that were recommended for advancing, we're seeing a lot of museums, a lot of history, and the big rejections here, Orlando Dreamers and the expansion for the Orange County Convention Center. What does it say about the state of the priorities of Orange County?
I think, listen, I mean, we still have some ways to go here with getting actual final votes on the TDT funds, but I think the locals want some of this tourist money to actually impact our daily lives, not just tourist daily, to go. And so I think that a lot of big wins locally. Like, I would have loved to see baseball, and yet we haven't had the MLB say that you have a team coming. And if we had a team coming, maybe they would have voted for it, right? I think the convention center, there's a lot of good that happens at the convention center, and yet I think a lot of folks were kind of tired of seeing hundreds of millions of dollars flow that way. And so seeing Dr. Phillips Center, I know that having talked to Kathy over at Dr. Phillips Center, it's very cool to see what they plan on doing with that money, and I think that will impact a lot of locals' lives with the free events that they're going to do and the expansion and bringing more people downtown. I think that's great. Beyond that, the museums, the plant street, the children's museums, all the small stuff, I think it's exciting as a local to be able to see some of that money not only bring tourists out of the theme park area, but actually give us something that we'll enjoy on a day-to-day basis as well.
And, when people think tourism in Orlando, a lot of people immediately gravitate towards the theme parks. How much are some of these, you see 20, 25 million, it's a crazy amount of money, but compared to stuff that's bang and anything else, how big is it that Orlando and Orange County are trying to get people here, but not necessarily to the theme parks?
I think that's massively important. I think that, again, I'm a big Disney fan, big Universal fan. There's a lot of great things having world-class amenities like that in our backyard, but it's those small businesses that can really have an opportunity to thrive. When you start talking about Eatonville and you start talking about downtown and Winter Garden, to me, that's really exciting as a local, because they're not just going to go to the Children's Museum and then leave. They're going to have lunch down the street. They're going to have parking. They're going to have, maybe they check out Adjectives. Maybe they check out other little small boutiques along the way, and I think that is a really good thing for locals.
And when we talk about trying to kind of revitalize downtown Orlando with all those projects too, how much of a benefit could it be to potentially have even more TDT money come in with these smaller projects?
I mean, listen, I think it's great, especially the downtown area. We all know that downtown needs a lot of love, and to see something like the Dr. Phillips Center get $750 million of investment, on top of what the city's already doing, the state funds that are going in for the Canopy project and different things like that. I think these are the sparks. There's not one project that's going to change it all. It's kind of like the one spark that gives another one, and then it's the culmination of all of these things on top of one another that's going to change our downtown and our city. So I'm excited.
Ken, when we look at the Dr. Phillips Center renovations and expansion, easily highest ticket item, how big is that for the Dr. Phillips corridor?
I think it's massive. Listen, people want to have more reason to come downtown, right? And so I think that, the bar scene and small business scene has the night scene in general really slowed down over the past 10 years. I think that's an understatement. And so when you add opportunities for people to enjoy weekend events and more things at the Dr. Phillips Center, that's going to be a big deal. And again, they're trying to activate something like 1,000 different free events eventually. That's like their master plan eventually, to make the front yard and all the other kind of things that's going on there, to give more back to give them a reason beyond Magic games, which I'm a big Magic fan, but it's like there's got to be more than just the one piece that's drawing people downtown, and I think this is a big component.
And in your opinion, what are some of those missing, I guess, smaller attractions or smaller things that could really make downtown just an overall better project or cohesive space?
I think it's not underutilized, like the whole live, work, play. I think it's giving people affordable places to live. It's giving them places to work. Office space, good, but you can't bring office space without daytime items for people, a sandwich and place to eat and reason to do. Plenty of places in Central Florida to have a business, and so making downtown an attractive place to bring a business. And then the play version, right? You need, yes, again, the magic, yes, Dr. Phillips Center, but what else can there be to then draw people? Nightlife, and a lot of that comes down to safety and parking, and there's a lot of other things along the way.
And in your work with Pozek Group, what are the conversations you've had with clients, either trying to move here personally or potentially move their businesses to the Central Florida area?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think that the downtown neighborhoods are fantastic. Park, College Park, you've got a lot of Delaney Park. There's so many cool things happening in SoDo. There's a lot of reasons why people want to be in the city of Orlando, not just the suburbs. But then being able to live, work, and play in the downtown core is very important. So some of these TDT funds reinvesting back into places where people can enjoy that, I think is a really big deal.
And these projects are certainly not finalized. If people want to keep track of these, what kind of things should they be looking for in these Orange County Commission meetings?
So, I mean, next step, you have the actual TDT meeting, and after that, it goes to the board to make the final decisions. And so they're going to be looking at the task force and saying, okay, this is what's been recommended.
What does it say about downtown Orlando and Orange County that they're prioritizing these kind of cultural things over some of the sports requests that were asked for?
Yeah, I think, listen, we're spending a lot of money on seeing like Camping World Stadium. There's $400 million that was spent over there. And so I think people were like, okay, that's awesome that's happening. Let's definitely start investing in some of the arts and some other things. You're not going to get it right every time. And thankfully, we have so much tourism dollars coming in that we get to have an at-bat every year, essentially. And yet I think that a lot of the community was asking for a diverse sort of downtown. And so I think that they hit this on the head, although there are some things that I think we could still improve. We'll see what happens next year.
And if you had to relate this round of TDT with that baseball metaphor, how did that at bat end?
I would say it feels like a solid double. I don't know if it was a home run one way or the other, but I think it was moving us forward, and we have got an opportunity to come around home.
Awesome. Ken Pozek, CEO of the Pozek Group. Thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, man.
Let's get you inside this courtroom in Volusia County where closing statements are underway. The prosecution delivering their closing statement right now in the Dagmaria Ponte trial. We talked about it, set it up a little bit ago. She's accused of assaulting a school resource deputy. That body camera video that we showed you, there was a deputy who testified on the stand yesterday and today, and this case will soon be in the hands of the jury. Let's go ahead and listen in as the prosecution speaks.
Asked her for any help. She said no. Did she consent to be touched? She said no. Did she ask to be touched? She said no. This was against her will. It was an intentional touch. That's what we're focusing on. The state's made it clear, and the state's not arguing before you today, that the battery was committed by a strike. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the intentional touch of the push and the pushing into the wall. That is the battery. The second element that the state has to prove to you is that Julia Curtin was a law enforcement officer. I think that's been pretty clearly established from the testimony, her own testimony, that she is a sworn deputy sheriff with the Volusia Sheriff's Office. She testified about being in uniform that day, and we know, and this goes into another element, that Ms. Aponte was aware that she was a law enforcement officer because they went there specifically to speak with her regarding the arrest of their son the prior day, which Deputy Curtin was involved in.
Closing statements continuing. We will keep an eye on this. We'll likely get you back in the courtroom in a little bit as well. But we'll be on verdict watch here shortly as closing statements are being delivered right now. Still have to hear from the defense in just a little bit as well. Right now, we're going to step aside, take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. When we come back, we're going to be joined by Ryan Elijah, the 7th Congressional District Republican nominee who won in the primary last night and then is just today was endorsed by President Trump. So we'll talk with him about that and the general election as well. And then in about 15 minutes, we'll be speaking with Bale Dalton, the Democratic candidate in that race as well. One of the closely watched races, not just last night, but as we look ahead to November as well. So we're going to take a quick break right now here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we'll be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. It is 12:45 on this Wednesday. We appreciate you joining us live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And we are continuing to talk about the election. Some huge results last night in some closely watched races, none more so than the 7th Congressional District, which we've been talking about for a long time now and will continue to be talking about quite a bit over the next few weeks leading up to the general election in November. Today, we are pleased to be speaking with both of the candidates who have now clinched their party's nominations after the primary election last night. And we are pleased to be joined right now by Ryan Elijah, the Republican nominee, and also, in full disclosure, a former Fox 35 news anchor as well. Ryan, we appreciate you joining us. I'm sure it's just been a whirlwind kind of past 24 hours for you.
Yeah, I got to tell you, since about really yesterday morning, but even when the polls closed at 7, it's just been a whirlwind, 12 to 16 hours. It's a good busy, but it's been the busiest stretch I've had, and the phone has been busier than I think I've ever had.
I've got to ask you, because I know you were here for Good Day Orlando this morning, and then it wasn't long after that that there was a Truth Social post from the president that I'm sure that caught your eye, giving you the president's endorsement in this race. Your reaction to the president's post today?
Yeah, I think the word humbled comes to mind. I mean, it's the president of the United States. And I think, full disclosure, we thought the last few weeks this might happen. We really thought we had a chance at a co-endorsement. It's not something we pursued, but we certainly would have welcomed that. We always thought we could win the race without it. And I think the president did the right thing. I really respect that he kind of rescinded his endorsement of my opponent and let this play out, which is what I think is fair to the voters of the 7th District. But to see that today and, to talk about him mentioning us as being respected by all, it is humbling. humbling, and it certainly is something that I don't think you're ever prepared for. So it was a good moment for us.
Now, in that post as well, President Trump said that he had called on Corey Mills to drop out of the race, but that he didn't do it. Do you wish that President Trump would have maybe weighed in sooner, maybe make your campaign a little bit easier in those closing weeks?
You know what? If you would have asked me 3 weeks ago, I would have said, yes, Garrett, can you text him and tell him to do that? But as we sit today, no. I think the right thing was let the voters decide, because if that happened, everybody would have said, well, you couldn't beat him the fair and square way. And so I think the right thing to do, the voters should decide. Look, if there's allegations, if there's censure or something, that's different. But in this case, with the election there, I think it's up to the voters to decide who they're going to have represent them. And I said it many times. I said it when I got in the race. I said it at the debate. And I said it when I was on with you recently. The voters will make that choice August 18th, and I expect they'll make their voices clear, and they did last night. So no, I'm glad that they had the choice, and I'm glad they made that decision.
Now, looking ahead to the general election, you'll be facing off against Bill Dalton. I'm curious if y'all have met before, if you have spoken before.
No, we have. Bill and I have talked quite a bit. In fact, about a week ago, we were talking, that maybe this could be the matchup. And I think we'll have a respectful matchup. We have a good relationship. We haven't known each other that long. I do think when you've got something like the midterms coming up and power's at stake, and you've got the DNC and the RNC, and you saw that with his first announcement yesterday. They went right after me. And I take that as a badge of honor. But I think a lot of things will happen probably in this race that just show things are competitive. My goal is that the Democrats don't put that much in this race, and they realize we've got a real stronghold on that, but that's their decision. But I expect that we'll have a good competitive primary or a general election now.
Yeah. Now that it is going from the primary to the general, what is the message? What is the plan? How do you reach out now to try to get so many of those independent voters and others who are in the 7th district who did not have the chance to weigh in.
To be honest, I didn't wait for the shot clock to start. We started this the last couple of weeks. So what we do is we bought software that shows us the Republican super voters. So people that have voted in 3 of the last 4 elections, that's who we focused on for the Republican primary. But I would go door to door and find NPAs, and in some cases even Democrats, because at the end of the day, you have to get elected August 18th, but you want to reach those voters. So if I saw people walking down the street, we would always find them. I instructed our volunteers to do that and have those conversations. So we have targeted, I actually think, Garrett, we will be stronger as a candidate, much stronger in the general election because of independents and also even some Democrats that have crossed over. And at the end of the day, you have to reach them. And I like now that we're appealing to everyone, not just people registered in one party.
And this is a race, Ryan, I just want to get your thoughts on this. That's been making some national headlines. I'm sure y'all have seen them, national headlines for this race. How can you channel something like that into maybe some momentum to propel the campaign forward as you kind of get ready for a busy few weeks?
You can, and I've got 3 national interviews today. I've got one right after this, and I've been one of those. And this is where, in terms of Congressman Mills and I, we really differentiated. Like I went on a couple that would be considered left-leaning websites, and they were saying, "Hey, shows he's a rhino. He's not a strong conservative." And my point was, you have to grow your party. I pointed out that Vice President J.D. Vance went on The View. You have got to be willing to go to the right and go to the left to take your message, and that's what we're going to do today. We're going to take our message to all different avenues, and I think you have to reach people where they are. We're not just targeting conservative voters now. We're targeting all voters. And as you know, people get their news in a lot of different places. So I think you take your message to wherever you can. But the national exposure from the second we got in the race till even today, I was blown away the number of national stories that were on us today. And it's humbling, but you got to stay focused. But there's no question. It's what they called earned media. And if it gets your name recognition out there, that's great. And I think things got contentious between me and Congressman Mills. And while that's not always ideal, I kind of wish some of that wouldn't have gotten so tough. It is a good thing in terms of drawing headlines and people focus on ththose races. So I think some of the issues that kind of pulled him into the headlines also pulled me into the headlines in a good way.
And so moving forward here, what's the main issue facing the 7th district? We talked about this. I know I asked you the same question a couple of weeks ago. Want to get your thoughts on it now?
Hasn't changed. It's affordability. It really is affordability. And look, everybody, if you go to 10 different houses, you might get 5 or 6 different answers, but many of people are talking about affordability, and that is what we have to continue to focus on. And I've talked a lot about it. It's being energy dominant. It's interest rates. There's tax cuts. There's a lot of things we can do, certainly ending the Iran war in the right way. Those are all things that are going to trickle down into the economy. But I think that's something both parties have to focus on. I'm in one party, so we're going to focus on the Republican side of things. And I think affordability continues to be number one. I still hear election integrity a lot from people, and that's things went well in Florida. We've done a really good job here, but a lot of Floridians are still worried about the overall election process. And then just, safe communities. I mean, that's at the end of the day, you have to have safe communities. And that's what I love about being endorsed by all the local sheriffs. I mean, that's something that we will run very close to, that law and order matters, and, backing the blue, that all matters for our campaign.
You talk about the endorsement from the president. Will you be speaking with the president some throughout the campaign?
Yeah, I don't know exactly how that's going to go. Certainly, look, we heard from all the leaders last night. I mean, Speaker Mike Johnson reached out to us before the polls were even closed. I had to tell you, Garrett, and we heard from other leaders, they knew this race was over before we did. You remember the old Karl Rove days where they just had the numbers? I mean, I'm looking at numbers I felt good about, but I got a call from leadership saying, congratulations. And I'm like, my goodness, what numbers are you looking at? And I felt we were on it. It's amazing the systems in place in D.C. and how smart some of these people are with their numbers. So, our contact list has grown a lot today, and we're excited about that. We expect to be in contact with the governor as well. And I'm excited to have those on our side. And let me say this, Garrett, this is important. The number of people that stood up and were actually stood up and were leaders made a big deal to me. I mean, the fact that Governor DeSantis got involved, and while he didn't endorse us, said we need a change, the fact that the president didn't say anything, the sheriffs, I think that's what leadership is. And it's not often we see that against an incumbent, but we did in this case.
Last thing here, just I'm curious what you think the kind of winning message was for you in the primary. What kind of puts you over the top, and what that looks like going forward?
I think it was trust and electability. It really came down to those two things. Trust really was a big issue. Not only the relationships I built from being, certainly on Fox, where, as you know, we have a good following and you really use that to your advantage. But then the new relationships you make, but also electability. That's where you don't want to talk about your opponent. But at the end of the day, that's what it was about for a lot of people. They liked his voting record, but I had so many people say, I'm glad we have another option because we want to make sure we have a Republican voice that's going to vote the right way. And I think those were the issues that pushed a lot of people over the edge. And I think at the end of the race, Garrett, why things went from maybe we were down weeks ago to where we had a really commanding lead, the undecideds. The news cycle the last 2 or 3 weeks all went our way. And I think you saw all the undecideds. I felt it at the door, came from Corey Mills over to us. And I think that ends with the result that we had, which was really a resounding victory for us.
And last thing, I know I said that was my last question, but I just have one follow-up for you. I'm just curious at what point last night that you kind of felt things turn and really started feeling good about the way things were looking.
I got to tell you, I was never nervous. Look, I'm a man of faith, so I really felt that I just was really calm. I felt we had done all we could do. I felt really the last week or so that we were in great position, but we had to finish, and we were trying not to get overconfident. I did tell my team, I said, look, I think the first number is going to be our worst number. And it was, because it was just the early voting before we got a lot of our momentum, and it also came from Volusia, which was the weaker of our 2 counties, even though we won Volusia. So I wasn't concerned by that. I did see the number for another competitor that got 12%, but once we got to where Seminole started coming in, we felt really good at that point. So much so I went out in the crowd and was kind of half watching it. So really, when I got the call from leadership that we had won, I wasn't convinced we had yet. So that was a fun process. My wife got emotional, and I was too, because it was special for us. And now we're looking forward to a new race here going to November.
Yeah, last night I was breaking down the numbers and kind of really seeing that big gap in Seminole County. What do you think explains that? Why so much of a wider margin for you in Seminole County, and how in the general election does that kind of give you a little bit of a roadmap of how you can maybe work to kind of increase support in Volusia?
It does. I mean, I could talk for 20 minutes the difference in the counties, but at the end of the day, I think I break it down in the primary like this. Seminole is a little less conservative than what Volusia County is. So in Volusia County, we saw the Trump endorsement probably played a bigger role in Volusia County, even when he backed off it. I think that's where a lot of those votes came from. Whereas Seminole, yes, they respect the president, don't get me wrong, but it was a bigger deal in Volusia County than Seminole County in terms of the Trump endorsement. And I think that really made a difference. Seminole County definitely, obviously I live here, but we've owned property in Volusia Volusia. So Seminole was stronger for us. I think it's the bigger county of the two, considering we have part of Volusia. But we'll target both counties. But it was good to see us win both and certainly be very strong in Seminole.
Oh, Ryan Elijah, Republican candidate in the 7th Congressional District. Really appreciate your time. Thanks for joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus.
Always great to be on with you, Garrett. And I love the way you broke things down. It was really fascinating from a political mindset to see you break it down into the counties. I think a lot of people appreciate that. So thank you.
Well, I appreciate that as well. And I'm sure we'll chat again over the course of this campaign.
Sounds good.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back. All right. We are clear. Ryan, thank you so much.
Awesome.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us. 1 o'clock on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, and on Facebook. And just moments ago, we heard from Republican 7th Congressional District candidate Ryan Elijah. And I am pleased now to be joined by the Democratic candidate in that race, Bale Dalton, who secured the nomination pretty handily last night. Bale, we appreciate you joining us here on Fox 35 News Plus. I'm sure it's been a busy couple of days for you.
Well, it's been a busy 9 months so far, as you well know, Garrett. But yeah, thanks so much for having us back here to talk more about this really important election, as we've got upwards of 77 days to go as Central Floridians make a choice for more responsible representation here in Central Florida.
Anything stand out to you about what we saw last night? You had won by a significant portion, but I'm curious if there was anything that you saw, or maybe any takeaways from what you saw that you may be working to address as we head toward a general election.
I think we saw much of what we expected. As I went throughout the district over the last 9 months or so, we heard that people were just really completely fed up with the status quo. And I think it's a great thing for the folks of Seminole and Volusia County that in a couple of months we never have to worry about Corey Mills again, and we can focus on the issues, because the issues really have not changed. That hasn't changed in the last couple of hours, right? Folks are still worried about how they're putting food on the table, still worried about how they're putting gas in their cars, still worried about, these foreign entanglements with no strategic end. And, of course, as we've talked about many times, the rising cost of healthcare and the rising cost of living in general, property insurance, and unable to, our young people unable to buy houses. None of that has changed. And but what we saw last night, I think, is a reaction from the folks of Central Florida that they are absolutely fed up with the status quo. And I think that bodes well for someone like me, again, born and raised here in Central Florida and in this district, looking to serve folks and looking to actually address their issues rather than yet another rubber stamp going up into Washington, D.C.
With Ryan Elijah's win over Corey Mills, your path to election, frankly, probably got a little bit more difficult. So what does a general campaign? I talked with Ryan just a few minutes ago. He said y'all have spoken before. Y'all have talked. What do you make of this matchup now?
Yeah, well, look, I think from my experience with Ryan, he's a nice guy. He's got a very nice family. We've been gracious to each other on the campaign trail. But I think, fundamentally what this comes down to is whether or not the folks in Central Florida are happy with the status quo that they have now, or whether they need a change. And we have heard thunderously from across the district, whether they're Republicans, Democrats, or independents, that we need a change and have somebody that is going to stand up to this Congress, which has not taken care of any of these cost of living crisis issues that we've talked about, and has not stood up to support our servicemen and women and make sure that they are being used appropriately overseas, and has not stood up for the families that are back home supporting them.
Do you think there's an opening, an opportunity to win over some Republican voters with that argument?
Well, yeah, absolutely, because we've already done so. Again, talking to folks of all stripes throughout the last 9 months, people are, again, I'm going to use the term rubber stamp because that's exactly what it is. I mean, again, we can focus on the issues now, but talking about the issues, there's really no distance between my current opponent and Corey Mills and these, failed policies that have been hurting our families here in Central Florida.
And so I asked you this question just a couple of weeks ago about kind of the most pressing thing. Does that messaging change now, or do you think we're still looking at the same kind of top issues as we head further into the fall? Yeah,
we were kind of joking about being up late last night for election day here in Florida and throughout, and like I said, I don't think anything's changed in the last couple of hours, right? The folks that the things that folks are struggling with here in Central Florida, those aren't going to change until we have a change in representation in Washington, D.C. And look, we've got polling information that shows that folks in this district would favor a Democrat over a Republican by 2 percentage points, and we see an even wider margin that folks want somebody who's willing to work across the aisle to solve this cost of living crisis. And I think once again, there's no real distance in policy between our incumbent and Ryan Elijah, and that's not what folks are happy with. I mean, folks are absolutely not happy with the status quo, and I think that's what they're going to get in another rubber stamp and Ryan Elijah.
So where does the campaign here go from here for you? What does it look like? Do you take a couple days off and enjoy the primary win, or are you right back at it? What does it look like for you?
Well, we've taken no time off. As you know, we were here early this morning on another show on this channel, and there's lots more of talking to the voters, because people in this district, they want a fighter. They want somebody that's going to stand up for them, and they see that played out in the doors we knock and the phone calls we make and the meetings that we take with folks in different groups, and get the right coalition together that's really focused on making change here in Central Florida. You might have heard me last night. Right after this, I got a dentist appointment, so there's some personal errands that got to be attended to, but then we'll be right back on the trail, talking to voters and talking again to Central Floridians of all stripes, because everybody is affected by this cost of living crisis. Everybody is affected by our economy being sunk by this war in Iran. And, right now, my opponent has said that he thinks that the tariffs are working. That's not what I'm hearing. He's said that the economy is in a good spot right now. That's not what I'm hearing. And he's been supportive of this war in Iran, and that's certainly not what we're hearing across this this district.
President Trump tweeting today about your opponent, Ryan Elijah, and giving him his endorsement. And kind of to your end, you think that's something that you could try to work against him because of these policies?
I mean, frankly, enough said. We've seen now in this endorsement, this latest endorsement, that D.C. lobbyists have seemed to recruited their guy to continue to be a rubber stamp for these failed policies that have hurt us here in Florida.
What's the bottom line here? What do you want people to know? Obviously, this has been one of those races that we've talked about. We've had you in several times. This is a race that people here in Florida, I think, we're already watching. And now I think there's people across the country watching this and seeing if there might be an opportunity for you as the Democratic candidate to turn that seat blue. So what is your message to folks who may be kind of watching this race maybe more closely than before?
Yeah, well, I think, Florida, as we see, I'm born and raised here. I spent my whole life as a Florida voter, and Florida's so often been a bellwether for, how the country is going to go. And but I would say, I am laser focused on the issues that I'm hearing across this district. And people continue to just be fed up with folks that seem to not be listening. And if they are listening, they don't seem to be taking any action. And so I think what we heard from Florida voters across this state last night is that they need somebody that is going to fight for them. They need somebody who understands their problem, and they're looking for, local candidates who are living the same shared experience that they are, that are going to go up and fight on their behalf.
Bale Dalton, Democratic candidate in the 7th Congressional District race. We appreciate you coming in and talking with us. I'm sure this will not be the last time we talk over the course of this campaign, but we appreciate you making time on what I know has been a busy day for you on the day after this election. So thank you.
Absolutely. Thanks so much for having us, and thanks for the continued interest in this race. We're going to, we are going to show people that change is possible. And, folks have in someone like me, someone who's going to listen to them and fight for them.
Well, we're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, and we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. We are standing by for a press conference from the Flagler County Sheriff's Office to give an update on the arrest and extradition of a suspect in a violent 2015 cold case. The press release did say that press conference's start time was fluid, anywhere from 12:30 to 1:30. So we will be monitoring that when that starts, and we'll get that live for you here on Fox 35 Plus. But now we're going to take you into the third day of trial at the Dagmary Aponte trial. She's a Volusia County woman on trial for allegedly attacking a Deltona school resource deputy after that deputy attempted to handcuff and arrest her 11-year-old son. So it looks like these are the closing arguments here in this trial, and we are going to take a listen in now.
Wants to harp on the fact that in this 17-minute interview, or the where they speak with Miss Aponte, at some point they say that she puts her hands up like this, so that indicates the push. And you've got mixed testimony about what, but she doesn't come out the gate pushing, because that, if you're trying to do, that's what you're doing. You're like, get away from my husband. There was none of that tenor. That's not what was happening here. But in that same statement, she specifically says, I didn't push her, because it's just not her intention. She's just, and you hear her accent, English is not her first language. She is doing her best to articulate what happened. But the state wants you to ignore that. Oh, she touched her at some point, so end of story. She's guilty. No. There are defenses to that. You'll hear the instructions, and that's simply not the case. This is not what convictions are based on. The arrest of Miss Aponte was an afterthought, and ultimately to punish the person that law enforcement was truly mad at, Jorge Rivera, as well as to show solidarity for law enforcement and take a stand. But what she did under these circumstances, knowing who her husband was, she attempted to stop her husband just by trying to pull his hand down, which you can see in the video. It is really fast. Look at the photos and evidence, look at the videos, think about the context and all the circumstances. The officer herself was unsure. After it happens, no one thinks she's under arrest or a suspect. Miss Aponte, in a moment of fear, did what she could in front of her young, already traumatized son for what they had already been through, and stepped in and did the only instinctual thing she could think of in the moment to try to de-escalate what was happening with Deputy Curtin and Mr. Rivera. The resulting touching the state wants to harp on now that follows is not what the law seeks to punish. There's a difference between intentional and incidental. There's a difference between causing harm and attempting to prevent it. You saw a woman faced with a rapidly unfolding situation trying to prevent a confrontation from becoming worse. Not someone looking for a fight, not someone trying to hurt anyone, not someone acting out of anger or aggression. Instead, you saw her trying to protect the people around her, including the officer and her own family, fearing that this would spiral out of control. She acted within the bounds of the law and within reason, and may have ultimately saved Deputy Curtin's life, though she may never realize that. I'm hopeful you all consider that when you hear the instructions the judge gives you, that you'll find Ms. Aponte not guilty.
State.
And again, those were closing statements and closing arguments there in the Dagmary Aponte trial. We are going to take you now to the trial of the murder for hire of a Microsoft executive. The state is arguing that Mario Fernandez Saldana and his now estranged wife, Shanna Gardner, are accused of orchestrating a plot to kill the latter's ex-husband. Jared Brigading was killed in 2022 in front of his 2-year-old daughter. So we're going to listen in now to this trial happening there. And again, that is the Microsoft Executive Murder for Hire trial happening right here in Florida.
So on the 29th, and I'm not going to go through all the detail. I understand Agent Blythe will tell you, this jury, what all these slides mean, but you're familiar generally what happens on the 29th, correct?
Yes.
All right, so let's walk through what happens on the 29th. Mario Fernandez, through his cellular data and timing advance records, which I'm going to save all for Agent Blythe, a way of tracking people, correct?
Yes.
Mario Fernandez goes from his home in Jax Beach on the 29th over to the Potomac residence, correct?
Yes.
Now, one of the things I've spoken to you before, and you made it pretty clear this morning on what you're comfortable doing and what you're not comfortable doing, is whether Mr. Fernandez and Mr. Tenon are actually there at the same time and get there and are together before Mr. Tenon leaves Potomac. That's something we should save for Agent Blythe, correct?
He would be better able to explain the records to you, yes.
I appreciate that. But generally speaking, you agree with me that the records show that on January 29th, Mario Fernandez went from Potomac and he went from Marsh Inlet in Jax Beach and he drove to the rental property that he owns at Potomac.
According to the slide, he is at what looks like to be Potomac.
But you know that he got there by going from his house, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, generally speaking, we know on that day that, well, generally speaking, you're not tracking people, correct? T-Mobile doesn't have a chip inside of Mario, correct?
Not that I'm aware of.
They're tracking devices, correct?
That would be a better question for T-Mobile. I'm not sure what they do and don't track.
I wasn't asking what T-Mobile was tracking. You, giving information to the FBI, you're tracking. These slides are tracking devices, correct?
These slides are based off of records that we've received from T-Mobile.
From the device?
Some of them from the device related, some of them from correlating cell towers.
I'm really not trying to play gotcha detective. They take the information that the device has via timing advance records, via geolocation, whatever the case may be, and then it tells you where they believe that device to be, correct?
That's correct.
And if it's geolocation, it's more precise than, for example, timing advance records, correct?
Yes.
And I said, I'll let Agent Blythe go all into this, but just generally speaking, these maps are tracking where individual devices that are associated with known people go, right?
Yes.
That's as basic as I can say, and you'll agree, right?
Yes.
So on this day, when I say Mr. Fernandez went from his residence to Potomac, the information is that his cellular device went from that residence to Potomac, correct?
Correct.
All right. You've said in previous affidavits, and you know that studies through all of your training experience have shown, is that people are generally within arm's distance or a wingspan of their device in this modern era, correct?
Generally speaking, yes, that is true.
Right. So when I'm asking you questions about the 29th, I'm asking you questions about where an individual's device is, and then the jury can make a decision as to whether the person was there or not there, right?
Yes.
In this particular case, we know that around 2:02 in the afternoon on that Saturday of January 29th, 2022, Mr. Fernandez's device arrives at Potomac, correct?
According to the slide, yes.
Is there any other slide that you'd like to see that would give any other contrary information?
No.
And you, of course, have reviewed these slides before.
Yes.
At the top, 904-566-2633, that's Mr. Fernandez's device phone number, correct?
Yes.
And at 2:02, in the area of the Potomac residence is where his device is.
That's correct.
Now, that device stays at Potomac until approximately, we'll go to a slide where we can get exactly where it is. Just tell me approximately. So about 4:23, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You have no information that that device ever left Potomac between 2:02 and 4:23, correct?
Correct.
Let's talk about Henry Tenon's devices.
Okay.
Henry Tenon's devices around 2:02, and we're going to let Agent Blythe determine whether it's before that or after that, it leaves Potomac, correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Tenon's devices go all the way down to Nocatee in the area of where the victim lives, correct?
That's correct.
It drives around the gymnastics location where the children are, correct?
That's correct.
It then heads from that area over to the area of Sanctuary where this homicide occurred.
Correct.
Then it goes from the area where the homicide occurs back to Potomac, correct?
Yes.
In defense's opening statement, we told the jury that Henry Tenon murdered Jared Brightigan. Did you know that?
Only as of this morning.
Okay. Detective Johns, that evidence of what Mr. Tenon, the person who the defense is conceding is responsible for this homicide, went to an area where he otherwise doesn't normally go, correct?
That's correct.
That was evidence that suggested to you that that had something to do with this homicide, correct?
That's correct.
It then went to the actual homicide location, correct?
Yes, sir.
Henry Tenon was actually seen on video at the homicide location the night of the homicide, walking away from the homicide, correct?
That's correct.
So on the 29th, Henry Tenon's device, and by extension, the very concept that we just decided or agreed on earlier, is that most people are within arm's length of their device, correct?
Generally speaking, yes.
Okay. And that's why you believe Henry Tenon was with his device on that day, because he's with the device that goes to those locations, right?
Yes.
And then it leaves the homicide scene and it goes back to the Potomac area. No question, I think, in anyone's mind in this courtroom is that that had something to do with the eventual death and murder of Jared Brightigan, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now we know that Mr. Fernandez's device, and by extension of the studies, Mr. Fernandez's device is at Potomac. Mr. Tenon's device goes on this. If I called it a dry run, would you agree that that could be a proper term for this?
That was the term that was used, yes.
Okay. So I didn't make that up. The 29th, the dry run day, right?
Correct.
Okay. So now there are ways to determine if maybe someone isn't with their device, correct?
I'm not sure what you mean.
Okay. Let's say a device is pinging, or there are timing advance records that show a device is at Potomac.
Okay.
We'll use this very example that we're looking at right here. But then the surveillance would show that Mr. Fernandez is not at Potomac. That would be a way to determine if a person was not with their device, correct?
If we had surveillance, yes.
And that's my next question. You have no surveillance showing Mr. Fernandez with Mr. Tenon on that day, correct?
To be fair, we also have no surveillance of Mr. Tenon either.
Well, let's talk about what you do have. Because maybe someone could say, well, you don't have any surveillance of Mr. Tenon. You have license plate readers, right?
Yes, sir.
And you have license plate readers of Mr. Tenon's truck, correct?
That's correct.
So there was an independent way for law enforcement to go, we got Henry Tenon's devices traveling in this area that he shouldn't be on a location that's highly suspicious. And we have an actual picture of a truck registered to his father, his late father. That was independent evidence besides cell phone, correct?
Yes.
You don't have any independent evidence that Mr. Fernandez was with Mr. Tenon when Mr. Tenon did whatever he did on the 29th, correct?
That's correct.
You don't have a receipt where Mr. Fernandez purchased something outside the area of Potomac while his cell phone was at Potomac, correct?
Correct.
You said yesterday that dozens of swabs were taken of the inside of that blue truck, correct?
Yes.
The blue.
And that is listening into testimony from the trial against Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, who is being accused of first-degree murder, solicitation to commit a capital felony, and murder for hire in the death of Microsoft executive Jared Bridigan. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus. We will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. Thank you so much for joining us. We just listened into testimony from that trial of Mario Enrique Fernandez Saldana, who is on trial accused of first-degree murder, solicitation to commit a capital felony, and murder for hire in the death of Microsoft executive Jared Bridigan. Pretty grisly trial there. That happened in 2022, that murder. And the state must prove that a defendant set the killing in motion or solicited someone else to commit it under Florida's principal theory. Day 3 of testimony, as we saw, is again underway, following opening statements and early witness testimonies from police investigators to the victim's widow. But looming over these proceedings is a pretty big question. What does it take to prove a murder by hire plot? So joining us here today is Jose Rivas, a criminal defense attorney, to help us sort of answer those questions. Mr. Rivas, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure.
So my first question for you is about how do prosecutors prove first-degree murder under Florida's principal theory if the defendant wasn't physically present at the crime scene?
Correct. So under the principal theory, the state does not need to prove that he was the shooter. They don't need to prove that he was actually at the scene. They just need to prove that he had what we call a conscious intent to that the criminal act be committed. Now, all they can prove is, or what they should prove is that he either encouraged, he either assisted the person who actually committed the crime. So now there's two ways to prove it. They could do it by circumstantial evidence if they don't have any direct evidence. Now, the simple fact that they don't have any direct evidence, they can't, let's say, put him at the scene, or they can't prove that he was a shooter, doesn't mean that they can't prove that he participated or assisted or advised in this criminal act through circumstantial evidence. And that's where all the other evidence comes into play, like the tire, and the phone calls, and the money payment.
Now, when it comes specifically to that solicitation charge, what specific evidence is required to prove that element of the case beyond a reasonable doubt versus showing mere communication or association?
Well, the communication needs to be for the purpose of committing the act. In other words, they need to prove that he had the conscious intent that the crime be committed by someone else, right? So in other words, how they're going to prove it is through the evidence. For example, did he facilitate in the crime? Did he participate in any way or shape? Did he aid? Did he say something? Did he encourage him, the other person who actually committed the crime? Did he give him advice? This is how to do it. Any participation, any act in furtherance of the crime is evidence that could be used if the state can prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he's a principal to the criminal activity.
Now, when we talk about this alleged hitman, say that he withdraws a plea agreement or refuses to testify, how then can the prosecution establish a meeting of the minds, per se, purely through the circumstantial evidence that you mentioned earlier?
Well, there's going to be a forensics, and here we have a firearm. Now, we see testimony coming out now that there's really, the detective actually said on the stand, I don't know whether he actually was handed a firearm or not. So what they're trying to link. The state is trying to link any evidence that the defendant participated in assisting. In other words, did he give him a firearm? Did he tell him, hey, listen, take the tire and put it in the middle of the road? Was there any payments? We're talking about payments. Hey, what are these checks for? What is the $10,000 for? If it wasn't for the criminal activity, what was it for? So they're trying to put the links together, trying to do what we call circumstantial evidence. And now that's where the jury needs to come in, and the jury needs to connect the dots and come to the conclusion that he participated.
Now, when we talk evidence, what about digital forensics, things like GPS pings, cell phone tower pings? Do any of those play a role here in these trials in establishing that communication?
Absolutely. So when the best way to put it is a lot of the circumstantial evidence could be innocent evidence if looked at individually. But when you look at them in the totality of it, for example, I could have been near the scene and my GPS could have been, but put everything together, and that's where the jury needs to connect the dots. There's a GPS. What are the chances? So if there's just the GPS and not other evidence, the defense is going to argue, there's reasonable doubt. All the defense needs to do is prove that, there's reasonable doubt. But when the jury is going to look at all the dots, all the evidence, including, the tire, the GPS, the phone calls, the payment, they are allowed to make an inference to determine guilt. We don't need to put, and there's a Supreme Court case that says that, the jury can evaluate that and they can come to their conclusion using their logic and their reasoning and the evidence presented in front of them to connect the dots. And that's what the state's a little higher burden for the state, right, to prove and teach the jury or kind of lead the jury to that conclusion rather than just, and that's the reason we have, that's the reason we have juries and trials, because, sometimes the defense thinks that they can prove that the state cannot prove it beyond a reasonable doubt.
And that's what I was about to ask you, is about how does the state establish motive without allowing it to unfairly prejudice the jury on the actual elements of the alleged conspiracy?
Well, there's always, again, there's always, like they say, every crime has, needs to have a weapon or needs to have a motive, Well, in this particular, they wanted to ask, why did it happen, and why, what was the motive? What did this person have to gain by participating or assisting in this criminal activity? Now, like you said earlier, we have this individual who said that he was going to cooperate. Perhaps he was given some kind of plea deal. That could bring, and we don't really know enough about it, right? Because if he gave a proffer, for example, usually when the state's going to use a co-defendant in a trial to testify against other co-defendants, they usually give a statement. Now that's called what we call a proffer. That usually it's done in a room. You have the prosecutor, you have the attorneys, anything, and that's usually confidential. So anything outside of that room cannot be discussed. But if he comes to testify, right, or in this case, I guess since now he's going to try, he's not going to testify, but later they can impeach his testimony. So in a proffer, anything that's talked about in that room, right, there's immunity, cannot be used against him. But later, if he changes his story and he testifies, they can use the testimony in that room to impeach him. In other words, to attack his credibility. We don't know that yet, and I assume that he's not going to testify. But if he does testify in his trial, then at that point, he can be cross-examined by the state.
And then my final question for you here. What is the evidentiary bar for proving premeditation when the state alleges a tactical trap or an ambush was used to execute the victim in this case?
Right. So premeditation just means that the killing occurred, with a conscious decision to kill. Now, it doesn't require any specific particular amount of timing in advance, for example. There just be an intent to exist long enough for reflection. In other words, the reflection or the intent was formed prior to the killing. So it doesn't require a long time. It's actually very little time that it requires for premeditation. And it's usually pretty easy for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt.
Jose Rivas, thank you so much for joining us to talk about this trial. We really appreciate your time.
Pleasure.
So taking you live now before we go to break here, it looks like things are getting set up for that press conference on the arrest and extradition of a suspect in a violent 2015 cold case from the Flagler County Sheriff's Office. We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but when we come back, we'll take you right back to this shot, and hopefully they'll have gotten that press conference started and we'll get some more information on this.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. We are keeping an eye here in Flagler County for a press conference that the Flagler County Sheriff Rick Staley is supposed to be hosting sometime within the hour about the arrest and extradition of a suspect in a violent 2015 cold case. It doesn't look like anyone has stepped out of those doors just yet, but once they do, we will take that for you live here on Fox 35 News Plus. But first, we had some amazing wins yesterday in the Florida primary election, watching a lot of very interesting races, some upsets, some not so surprising wins. But in one of the most stunning stories of the night, Representative Angie Nixon did win the Senate primary for the Florida Democratic Party. And joining us here today is Representative Nixon herself. Representative Nixon, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me, Hayden.
So my first question for you, you pulled off an enormous upset, overcoming a massive 16-to-1 fundraising gap to defeat a pretty high-profile establishment candidate. When those results came in, what was the first reaction in the room, and what does this victory prove about the power of grassroots organizing in Florida to you?
For sure. So we knew we were going to win, but we didn't expect to win by that much. But as you stated, it shows that grassroots, old school grassroots organizing actually works. And organized people will beat big money any day of the week. And it also shows that people are just ready and thirsty for change. They are tired of out-of-touch politicians like unelected Ashley Moody and Donald Trump, who are looking out for their campaign donors' interests and looking out for their own pocketbooks, and they're actually working less and less and less, and they're getting richer. And meanwhile, everyday Floridians are working harder than ever, and they're still struggling to stay afloat. And so people want something different. They want someone who is going to push back against these big billionaires and these corrupt corporations, who's actually going to put the needs of people first, like the fact that medical debt is the leading cause of bankruptcy here in our country, and people are literally going bankrupt because they're trying to stay alive, or folks are having to choose between whether or not they're going to put food on the table or be able to keep a roof over their head. And so housing is a right. They want people who are in office who are trying to make their lives more affordable, who are fighting to increase their wages and really lower costs. And I'm super excited that the voters realize that I'm someone who's been fighting for that, as well as delivering in regards to that over these past nearly 2 decades here in the state.
And your primary opponent, Alex Finman, swiftly conceded and pledged to stand by your side against Ashley Moody. So how do you, Representative Nixon, how do you plan to unite the broader Democratic Party establishment behind your platform leading into this general election campaign?
So I want to be clear, right? Because we've had a coalition of people who've joined our campaign during this primary. They were moderates, they were establishment Democrats, they were progressives. There were even Republicans and independents that actually changed their party affiliation to vote for me in the primary. And what they liked about our campaign and what they liked about me is I'm someone who was just honest, accessible, ethical, and someone that they could in fact trust. And they are just tired of people lying to them. They are tired of all the hateful and harmful rhetoric, and they just really want someone that has their backs and who's willing to fight for them. Fight, but also have compassion, right? I am someone who, again, I support Medicare for all. I support universal child care. I also support increasing the minimum wage, as well as ensuring people have access to quality housing. And so that's really resonating with people, and they trust me. They also know that I have built out a platform that was centered on who they were as people in this state, and it wasn't centered on big money. It was centered on the people.
And talking about these voters, as you've mentioned, as we move towards that general election campaign in November, how are you going to continue energizing young voters and historic non-voters who may feel disillusioned with traditional politics?
I'm going straight to them. I'm also cracking my auntie jokes, right? Last night I made mention of having traveled all 6, 7 counties, and I'm letting them know that I am hip to what it is that they're dealing with. I am a mother of 5, right? They range from the age of 19 all the way to 5 years old. And I have a vested interest in their future as well as their present. And I pride myself on having an extensive fellowship program where we are informed by young people. They not only canvas for us and make phone calls for us, they actually help inform our policies. One of the biggest pillars that I have on my platform is around climate justice and environmental justice. And that platform was built out especially around those young people. They helped me build that platform out because that's what they really care about. And so I love letting folks know across the state of Florida that I am not in this for me. I am in this to help improve their lives. And so I want to hear from them. I want to talk to them. I want them to inform every aspect of this campaign because this campaign is theirs. And so this is a people-powered campaign. We have over 30,000 people that have signed up to volunteer on our campaign. And I would say about 10,000 have signed up since last night. And I'm so excited. We're giving people hope again. And that's literally what some folks have told me, from some of our seniors and elders all the way to young people. They said that they appreciate my authenticity. They appreciate that I don't try to button myself up and play the role of a politician, but I'm just an everyday working person just like them who feels that our communities and economies should be shaped by everyday working people.
So we're coming from an amazing Democratic primary directly into an admittedly tough statewide race against Republican Senator Ashley Moody. Going into this election, how do you feel about that contrast between your campaign and Moody's?
What I would say is my campaign and Ashley Moody's campaign and who we are as people are totally different. And it is going to be very clear. Ashley Moody is corrupt. Ashley Moody cares about her campaign donors. Ashley Moody allowed $10 million that was supposed to go towards our most medically needy kids to be diverted into defeating 2 citizen-led ballot initiatives that would have helped improved the health and well-being of residents and citizens and people here in the state of Florida. Ashley Moody is also someone who decided to look out for her campaign donors and to vote to end the Affordable Care Act subsidies here in our state, which caused nearly 300,000 people to fall off the Affordable Care Act rolls. And also it caused our healthcare premiums to go up and to skyrocket. And she did that because these health insurance companies are her campaign donors. Also, Ashley Moody is someone who continues to get richer, and she's sitting on certain committees where she could potentially be having inside stock information. And so she is someone who also holds the water and carries the water of Donald Trump. She has not checked him when he has had gross abuses of power. And I am someone who has no problem checking the president. I am someone who is not corrupt, who wants to center people, who wants to look out for people. And if the people in the state of Florida are ready for change and ready for someone who's going to hold folks in Washington, D.C. accountable and make sure they're driving out corruption and the chaos, then they'll vote for me for U.S. Senate.
And Representative Nixon, my final question for you today. If you do win that U.S. Senate seat, what is the single most urgent legislative priority that you will fight to deliver for Florida from day one?
On day one, what I'm hearing all across the state is people are one healthcare emergency away from losing it all. And so on day one, I'm filing legislation to extend the ACA subsidies. And then I'm pushing hardcore to ensure that we are providing for Medicare for all. Look, y'all, we can do these things basically simultaneously. It would provide immediate relief if we were to extend the ACA subsidies. But I want folks to know that I am a hardcore, staunch advocate for Medicare for all, and that's what I'm going to push. But then also, I know you only said one, but we need to wind down these senseless wars that are driving up these gas prices. We also need to work to repeal these working family taxes that Donald Trump put on us in the form of tariffs that have driven up our cost of groceries and our Fashion Nova and Shein carts as well. And so that will immediately put money back in people's pockets, and they'll feel a little bit of relief.
Representative Angie Nixon, the U.S. Senate candidate nominee for the Florida Democratic Party, we really appreciate you joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
We're going to take a quick break here on Fox 35 News Plus, but we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. We're almost out of time here before we throw things over to our Florida Live team. Lots coming up there in that hour. We will have some reflections on primary wins. Fox 35's Garrett Wymer got to speak with Ryan Elijah and Bale Dalton earlier this morning. So you will hear from both of those nominees, both Republican and Democrat. We will also hear updates from the Flagler County Sheriff's Office about that 2015 violent cold case where a suspect was arrested and extradited. We'll be hearing from Rick Staley, the Flagler County Sheriff, on that case. A couple other things to look forward to: our Tampa connection with Nancy Gay. A couple of things happening in the Tampa area, from the St. Pete mayor's race heading to a runoff, the Lakeland Airport preparing for expansion, and Tampa upgrading some wastewater stations after a hurricane. We also expect to hear from President Trump and some remarks with technology leaders there in the Roosevelt Room at the White House. Some more big takeaways from the Florida primaries with John Hanley, UCF political science lecturer, as well as looking ahead to the Orlando City game that is happening this weekend. We'll give you just a look of that stadium. We spoke with Ross Smith, a former soccer player and current broadcaster, kind of looking towards that game and just talking a little bit about what might happen in that matchup tonight. So we'll have all of that for you and more starting at 2 in Florida Live. But for us here at Fox 35 News Plus, we'll see you right after at 3 p.m.
And streaming. This is Florida Live.
Well, good afternoon to you. Welcome into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. Want to let you know we're expecting to hear from President Trump at the bottom of the hour, holding an event in the Roosevelt Room of the White House. We are also going to get you shortly to a news conference in Flagler County, where we've been getting some updates on a cold case from 2015. So big steps forward in that, and we'll have more on that coming up in just a little bit. But we are tracking a developing story today and an update on a Fox 35 investigation into Sloth World. We now have a final report from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. They've closed the book on their investigation into this. I've got Fox 35's Hannah McKenzie joining me live now here in our streaming studio. Hannah, you first broke this story, months ago? At this point now, it's something we've been tracking since then. This is a major update here. What are we learning?
Oh, huge, Garrett. Yeah, indeed. So basically, this huge report from the Orange County Sheriff's Office just wrapping up. So 44 pages in total. I just finished piling through all of this, really. One of the things I want to point out, though, first, let me tell you what they said. No criminal activity or improper care. No criminal activity or improper care found by the investigators with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, which is kind of hard for a lot of us to wrap our heads around, especially because there are almost 24 witnesses in this 44-page report who, talk about seeing and experiencing very, not nice situations when it comes to these sloths. I'm talking about their medical issues. I'm talking about how they were found on that final day when they were being kept at the warehouse that was owned by Sloth World, and just some of the, I don't want to get too much into specifics because it's going to upset people. It's that much of an upsetting report. But to see those, laid out there like that, and then to hear from the sheriff's office that they found no criminal activity or improper care, is just kind of hard to wrap our heads around. Because, Garrett, if I'm driving down the road at 150 miles per hour, am I supposed to tell the deputy who pulls me over, oh, I didn't know? I didn't know I wasn't supposed to be. Are you allowed to, invoke ignorance when it comes to breaking the law? So that's the issue that I see with this. Another really interesting part I noticed about all this, Garrett, was the fact that Sloth World was never supposed to open in Orlando. It was actually supposed to be a tourist destination in St. Thomas, U.S. Virgin Islands. The only reason they went with Orlando as a plan B was because their permits were denied for the U.S. Virgin Islands. So it was easier for them to come here to Orlando than it was for them to open in the U.S. Virgin Islands, which I think is a glaring red flag just in itself. But basically going down the list of these 20 people who were interviewed that had all different dealings and inner networks with this Sloth World Institute, basically from caretakers who were there from day one as these sloths were imported into the country, from the folks who were with the Central Florida Zoo or the AZA who came into town to help with the transport of the 13 sloths who were then recovered and removed from Sloth World and taken over to the Central Florida Zoo. It's just quite eye-opening to see and hear and read, I guess, those reports from those witnesses and those who were really taking part in it. I do see two big glaring issues of just people that did not see eye to eye in this. And one of them is the doctor who actually reviewed the necropsies. His facility took part in them. He's with the BADDL, which is the Bronson Animal Disease Diagnostics Laboratory. He basically said, there was this wrong with them. He, talked about all those things that I don't really want to get into right now, of the pretty gross sides of things when it comes to necropsies. But he also said, these animals were sick before they got here. They had viruses all within their bodies. Then there is a woman, Deborah, let me find her official title, Deborah Dial. She is with the AZA, so the Association of Zoos and Aquariums. She's also been a husbandry caretaker and the assistant curator over at the National Zoo in Baltimore for 20 years. She says, yeah, so what? Viruses in sloths. 70 to 80% of the world's sloth population have viruses, and they live with viruses in the wild. So she said it's not abnormal for sloths to have viruses, and there's no way that could really be the cause of death for these sloths, especially, Garrett, considering, she points out, these sloths came from different countries, different regions within different countries. They were all different ages. They were all in varying, states of health when they were imported, yet somehow they all fell in alignment and came down with the same virus and died within the same amount of time. And if what the other doctor was saying was to be true, they would have died kind of at different, intervals. It wouldn't have been a kind of like a, where so many died within such a short amount of time. So I think it's very interesting, the different takes and the different opinions that are pointed out in this report. And I do, again, think it's gonna be hard for a lot of us to wrap our minds around the fact that no criminal activity or improper care. That's the ultimate bottom line from the Orange County Sheriff's Office. But Garrett, not over yet. The state attorney's office still has their criminal investigation ongoing into this. So
We'll see what happens from that. We have been getting some reaction from some folks. We just got a statement from State Representative Anna Eskamani, who I know you've been talking with and have gotten her reaction a number of times. So I want to pull up that statement so we can kind of go through that here that I've got right here, saying, I want to thank the Orange County Sheriff's Office for the rigor they brought to this investigation and for taking our concerns and the community's concerns so seriously. Over the more than 3 months, their detectives reviewed facility records, veterinary and diagnostic documentation, and inspection histories, and conducted more than 20 interviews, as you mentioned, Hannah, with state and national experts. They did their job thoroughly and professionally, and under current law, I accept that the conclusion they reached. That is why we need to change the law and rules governing captive wildlife in Florida. Dozens of sloths were captured, shipped across the world, and died. And under Florida law as it exists today, no one is held accountable. That's not a failure of the investigators. It's a failure of our statutes and our rules. And when a facility can be in full compliance with every applicable state standard and animals still die by the dozens, the standards themselves are the problem. And she goes on to say, compliance is not the same as care. I'll be working with my colleagues in the legislature, with FWC, with wildlife and veterinary experts to strengthen Florida's rules on the importation, permitting, and housing of exotic and highly specialized species, and to close the gaps this case exposed. No animal should be brought into our state to suffer and die because our laws were too weak to stop it. I'm grateful to every Central Floridian who refused to let this go. Your voices are why this case was investigated at all, and they are why the law and rules will change. So when you talk about things not being over yet, even though there's Orange County is not recommending criminal charges here, there is still maybe now more than ever, going to be a continued push for change here, especially given some of the facts that you said you uncovered in that report about them coming to Orlando as a plan B because they knew it was going to be a little bit easier for to get a permit.
Or to get around some of the permit situations, as we've seen as well in some of our previous reporting.
And so there are a number of efforts. Just kind of get us caught up to speed before we let you go on some of what people are looking to change, what that looks like.
Well, we have, many, as in Representative Anna Eskamani's statement pointed out there, this has reached global, this has been attention gathering around the world, Garrett. And we've been working specifically, I've been talking to, the Sloth Institute and multiple other organizations worldwide that speak on behalf of sloths. And that's the point of it all. These organizations and, regular people, your neighbors, they're outraged to hear about all of this. So yes, sloths are imported, and they have been imported into the U.S. for a long time. This story caught attention because of the vast amount of deaths that happened within such a short amount of time. It really just couldn't be, shoved or swept under the rug. So now all of these organizations are saying, this is our chance. This is when we can jump on this. This is when we can gain this national attention. Let's keep it moving, because at the bottom level here, it's regulations and laws and guidelines that need to change. I like Eskamani said in her statement there, compliance is not the same as care. So basically, it's just, as anything comes, Garrett, as judges, law enforcers, they have to go by the letter of the law. And if something technically is not breaking the law, but it's still considered unethical, well, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, so the story not over yet, as you said, and I know you're still going through that report as well. Quite a few papers there, quite a few pages to go through.
A whole chunk here, yes.
So we know we'll check back in with you at 5 o'clock and see what else comes from that. Hannah, we appreciate you breaking all that down for us here on Florida Live.
Yeah, of course. Thanks for having me.
We're going to take a break and we'll be right back.
35.
Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us on this Wednesday afternoon, live on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. It's time now for our Tampa Connection, where we take a look at some of the big stories in the Bay Area. Checking in with Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, joining us live now. Nancy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Garrett. Well, the race for St. Petersburg mayor is actually heading into a runoff election between former Governor Charlie Crist and incumbent Mayor Ken Welch. So neither candidate reached the 50% threshold needed to win outright in last night's 6-way primary. Crist earned 35% of the vote, while Welch took 21%. Welch called the primary the playoffs and said his campaign is moving on into the championship game. He criticized Crist for not offering clear plans on key issues like affordability, storm resilience, as well as the future of the gas plant district. Welch also questioned Crist's campaign spending, saying credibility cannot be bought. Welch defended his record, highlighting work on storm recovery, affordable housing, and his choice to commit more public funds to a failed Rays Stadium deal. Crist thanked voters and called for a more positive tone in the race. He promised to focus on affordability, public safety, and keeping the Rays in St. Petersburg. Crist has previously criticized Welch's leadership, faulting his handling of the recent hurricane recovery efforts, as well as the Rays Stadium talks. So that runoff election will be taking place on November 3rd. Garrett?
It's going to be an interesting one to watch, Nancy. I mean, not just because of the candidates involved, but because of some of those issues. And, you know, it really does seem like kind of a pivotal time with a lot of things, a lot of projects up in the air in St. Petersburg, a lot of change happening. It's a really interesting time for a change of leadership, potentially.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting time. Again, one of the key issues here is the Rays Stadium. There is a big push to bring that stadium over here to Tampa. But Charlie Crist, he wants that stadium to remain in St. Petersburg. And of course, the stadium deal that failed, that was a big issue for Mayor Ken Welch. So it'll definitely be interesting to see the change. And then, of course, 2 years ago, we saw back-to-back hurricanes, especially Hurricane Milton, which did rip the roof off of Tropicana Field, the home of the Tampa Bay Rays. And so Crist is criticizing how Welch handled the storm recovery after Hurricanes Helene and Milton. So it is definitely interesting. And last night, Crist did receive 35% of the vote, while Welch received 21% of the vote. So the residents may be saying it's time to see a change in leadership over in St. Petersburg. But we also have to keep in mind that there were 4 other candidates who were running last night. So those numbers will fluctuate. But it's definitely an interesting race to keep an eye on.
All right, next in our Tampa Connection, Nancy, some upgrades coming to Lakeland Linder International Airport.
Yeah, so these upgrades are actually being funded through 2 federal grants, and the first grant will be dedicated to things like terminal expansion, as well as adding a second gate hold room, and the second grant will fund 3 new aircraft holding bays. Interim Airport Director Adam Loon says that the added space will support rapid growth for Avelo Airlines, and it also opens up the doors for major carriers like United, American, and Southwest. Officials hope these initial upgrades lay the groundwork for a much larger terminal expansion, hopefully around 2030. The airport is also designating a site near the terminal to test futuristic air taxis that will connect travelers to different modes of transportation. Research and vehicle testing could start by the end of the year. Testing will begin with cargo transport before moving human passengers. And local resident Brian Nelson compares the emerging air technology to the Jetsons. He says direct local flights to destinations like Houston would offer major convenience over driving from Tampa or Orlando. Now, construction on the new terminal hold room is scheduled to start in September. Work on the 3 aircraft holding bays will follow shortly, but we're told that that will kick off no later than October. Garrett?
Air taxi testing. That's something that we keep hearing time and time again. That really must be the future.
Yeah, it definitely sounds like it is the wave of the future, especially this airport. They are expanding to prepare for these air taxis and hopefully become a testing location for some of these air taxis. And so like that Brian Nelson said, I mean, it is very similar to what we used to see in the Jetsons cartoons.
I tell you what, I'm all for it. If that makes it easier for us, for people to travel between Tampa and Orlando, skip some of the traffic on I-4, I think there's certainly an appetite for people to take an air taxi for something like that.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I travel between Tampa and Orlando often, and that traffic on I-4 is an absolute nightmare. So if it was an option of just going into this Lakeland Linder Airport, getting on that air taxi and going straight to Orlando, and then just hopping on one to get back over here and avoiding all of that, I would definitely be for it.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of money and investment really going into that. We've seen the governor talk about it in recent days and all kinds of stuff. So like you said, certainly the wave of the future. Speaking of the future, while looking back at how things have been handled in the past, I know the city of Tampa is looking to make some changes to make sure some things that happened in previous storms don't happen again.
Yeah, that's right. The city of Tampa is spending $2.2 million to upgrade a wastewater pumping station. And they said that this pumping station, which is in the Forest Hills area, which did flood during Hurricanes Helene and Milton, it was actually built in 1963. And the facility's original design left critical electrical equipment underground, which also left it vulnerable during heavy flooding. So crews have already begun construction on the new electrical building, elevating it about 9 feet off the ground. The project also adds a secondary pump and a new generator equipped with a 600-gallon fuel tank, which is enough to keep the facility running uninterrupted for up to 4 days during a power outage. And for local residents who spent days blocked out of their homes by lingering floodwaters, the city says these improvements will offer much needed reliability, and construction is expected to wrap up in 2027. Garrett?
And Nancy, looking at this video showing the impact of those storms you talked about, it seems like this is much needed work and stuff that the folks who live there, I'm sure, are clamoring for and have been pushing for.
Yeah, it's definitely much needed. I remember covering both of those storms here and seeing the flooding that happened in the Forest Hills area. I mean, people were being rescued from their homes, from their apartments. People were taking out boats. And I believe this was the area, there was a photo that went viral of one of the first responders who rescued a St. Bernard. And the St. Bernard was just looking at him with these puppy dog eyes, like you saying thank you. That also happened in this area during the flood. So it is definitely something that is much needed. Hopefully this hurricane season will be a quiet one. So far it's been quiet because, again, the construction on this project will end in 2027, hopefully in time for next year's hurricane season.
Well, I'm going to take it one step further and say hopefully it's never needed. Hopefully these improvements are never needed. But yeah, definitely at least not until they're completed. That's for sure.
Yes, yeah. Hopefully it's never needed, but you never know. The flooding that we saw with, especially Hurricane Milton, was unprecedented. So hopefully you'll never need it, but if we do need it, it will be there in 2027.
All right, Fox 13 senior content producer Nancy Gay, we appreciate you joining us with our Tampa Connection.
Thank you.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. I've got Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard joining me live now for our Florida Live forecast. And Laurel, we're still talking heat. We're still talking storms. But this heat, man, crazy.
It's at this point, it's been going on for so long now that it's exhausting. I feel like there's no other word for it besides, oh, this is brutal.
Because it really is exhausting. I mean, it doesn't take much out in it to really wear you out. I mean, the number of days this week that I've showered multiple times. The other day I was just breaking down a box outside in the evening after I got home from work, and I was like, now I'm just sweating so much. I need to take another shower.
Yeah, I couldn't take the dog for a walk yesterday until past 9:30 p.m. because it was still so hot and so humid outside. It's brutal heat, and luckily, I think today's going to be the last day of it before we finally start to feel a little bit of relief, but it's kind of that give and take situation. We're getting relief from the heat, but we're also seeing more storms in the forecast. So it's kind of like that Goldilocks situation. We can't really have anything too good or too bad at the same time because it's always that give and take. But right now, this evening, we're still going to be sticking with that brutal heat out there. Feels like temperatures are going to be around 112 across the board, which means beach conditions, those are prime, at least for the next couple of hours. And that's how it's going to stay, at least through the rest of the work week temperature-wise. Right now, 95 degrees in Daytona Beach. That is crazy high. And I'm very surprised that there's not a lot more people at the beach. I know school and work is really back in session now. So really, a lot of folks should be not at the beach, but overall, beach conditions, if I wasn't here, I'd definitely be at the beach overall. But high temperatures today, 98 degrees in Titusville, 97 in Melbourne, and usually around this time of year, we hit our high temperatures within the next hour. So we'll see if we break any records today and if we have later on this week. But heat indices, that's just what the thermometer was reading. Now taking a look at the heat and the humidity combined, this is what it feels like. 111 in New Smyrna, 111 in Bithlo, 104 in Orlando, 108 in DeLand, and a very scorching 115 in Palm Coast this afternoon. So it's going to continue to be like this at least through the next couple of days, but things are going to be coming down just a little bit. Right now, not seeing too much on the radar, but I do want to back out just a little bit. We are seeing some storms to our south. Some of these storms are going to be firing up a little bit more because of the sea breezes, and we will still see a couple of storms later on this afternoon. We can see right here, if you take a look, there's like this faint little green line going from Titusville all the way down to Melbourne. That's the sea breeze. So if we do see any storms later on today, most likely it will be around the Orlando, Kissimmee, Villages, Deltona area. The further inland you are today and the more central part of Florida that you are in, you have a better chance of seeing storms a little bit later on. So for at least through the rest of the evening, this heat isn't going anywhere until about 8 o'clock tonight. Temperatures are still going to be in the 90s. That is crazy. I know it's August, but still, this is some brutal heat that we're going to be continuing to fire up, at least through the next couple of hours. Severe storm threat. We aren't seeing too many storms here across central Florida, but we are seeing a few storms as they make their way across the panhandle. So we can see as we back out just a little bit more, we can see some of that lightning up by Tallahassee. This is what's going to continue to work its way across I-10 as we head through the rest of the evening, and that's what could fire up a couple more storms as we head through this afternoon. So here's what I mean by that. At least through the rest of the evening, we will see some storms fire up, especially in the Orlando, Kissimmee, right near the theme parks area. A little bit later on this evening, that's right around 6 o'clock. We'll see those storms starting to fizzle out right around 9:30, so things should be pretty much quiet after that. So nothing too crazy today. Tomorrow, though, things might get a little bit hectic, and here's why. We're going to be seeing not only a very weak low pressure system set up over Florida, but we're also going to be seeing those sea breezes collide as well. Both of those working in tandem, that means that we're going to be looking at very widespread storms tomorrow. We can see Orlando, Deltona, Ocala, Spring Hill. All these areas are pretty much going to be in storms as we take a look at tomorrow afternoon. That was 2:30. This is 3 o'clock and 4 o'clock. Storms are going to be much more widespread. And then even once we head into about 9, 10 o'clock, still going to be seeing some of those storms packing a little bit of a punch. You can kind of see that little bit of a circulation with those storms. That's that low pressure system setting up over us. That's what's ultimately going to increase the moisture, but it's also going to be increasing the amount of storms that we see tomorrow. So tomorrow, make sure you do have that rain jacket handy for sure. As for a severe threat, really the only way that we could be seeing severe weather is closer up towards the Panhandle, Gainesville, Ocala, maybe seeing another strong storm tomorrow. But really with the coverage of the storms, that's what's more going to be the kicker tomorrow. So be prepared for gusty winds, torrential rain, lots of lightning on tap for tomorrow afternoon into tomorrow evening. Right between 3 and 5 p.m., that's when we're going to be seeing that sweet spot tomorrow. But hey, it's again kind of that give and take situation. Right now we're seeing those drought conditions really starting to get better, even though Florida is, I feel like, always under drought, especially during this time of year, even after the daily amounts of rain. But tomorrow, it's not going to be as warm. We're seeing those temperatures finally starting to sink back down into the low 90s. The humidity is finally cutting out a little bit. It's still going to be feeling well into the hundreds, but I feel like 106 does feel a little bit different than 110. So things are going to be feeling a little bit better slowly but surely. We see those temperatures finally back down towards average, taking a look ahead to the weekend. But our rain chances, they're going to be staying on the higher side. They become more scattered, especially for the back half of the weekend. But overall, relief is on the way. We're not going to be in complete heat advisories for the next 5 days like what we saw last week. So a little bit of relief is on the way, Garrett. I know it may not look like it, but it will feel like it just a little bit.
Well, what we need some relief. We also need our air conditioning to be able to take a little bit of a break. I mean, it's still going to be hot, but like, I mean, our utility bills going to be crazy because they've just been having to work overtime with all this added heat.
Yes. So a little bit of advice, just make sure if you do have your AC running, and especially if you like it a little bit on the cooler side. Garrett, do you have a particular temperature that you keep it at, the AC? I
like it cool. Do I keep my house cool? No, because my utility bill is already much more than I would like it to be. Yeah. So we keep it much warmer than I would like. I think we have it set kind of during the day to be like 75, 76. 73 to 75 is my range. And then at night I have it cool down to 74. I would go much colder than that. Yep. But I am not paying to go much colder than that. Yeah, and it's going to be like that for a while. So especially after this hot stint that we had, just make sure you do the basic AC maintenance. Make sure you clear out, especially those drainage pipes. I just had to do that the other day, and it was disgusting. All the algae that came out of the AC just because of just all the condensation just getting trapped. Yeah, I just had it serviced maybe a month ago, and it already needed to be re-cleaned. So if that just goes to show how much overtime the ACs are working, make sure you just replace the air filter and make sure those drainage lines are clean. All right, well, you can come over and do my AC maintenance for me. I'll bring my little trusty shop vac for you. Do it. But before then, let's talk tropics here. Things have been quiet. I hope they are continuing to stay quiet. And that's going to be pretty much the deal. No activity on tap, at least for the next 7 days. However, we are always watching. We are going to be keeping an eye on this wave that's working its way off the coast of Africa. It's kind of two waves split up. We can see this one right here working its way off the coast, moving its way further away. But then we also have this other one that's going to be most likely working its way offshore as we head probably through tomorrow. So two zones that we're going to be watching. But as of right now, things are quiet. Next name on the list is Dolly. Is that are those waves still going to likely encounter the Saharan dust, the wind shear that have been kind of been the graveyard for storms so far? And that's something that we're going to be watching too, because this is the time of year that gets a little bit tricky. Usually during this time of year, we see the Saharan dust slowly starting to fade, and it is slowly starting to thin out, but it is still really prevalent, especially just off the coast of Africa. So damp rain and a really moist atmosphere, they cancel each other out. So yes, most likely this will start to cut down these waves that we're going to be watching. But again, we also have a lot of shear in the atmosphere. Glad you mentioned that, because that is still ripping across areas of the Atlantic. So anything that's really trying to form can't really form enough in order to withstand all this shear. That's what we were watching last week when we were pretty sure one of those two waves was going to become Dolly, moved into an area of shear,
ripped it completely apart. So that's something that we're going to most likely see with both of these waves as well. So things are quiet. Hopefully they stay that way.
Yeah, that has been the story of the season so far, and we will take that as long as we can. That is for sure, because this is the time of year that we know we start to see some more of those waves, trying to make their way across.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, just make sure you're prepared. We're not at the peak of hurricane season yet. Peak of hurricane season, September 10th. So we're going to be watching that for sure. The hurricane season is far from over, so I'm not thinking that we're going to be seeing a lot of crazy activity, but still, we still have a long way to go. So there's plenty of time for things to fire up.
Yeah, because even the kind of dialed down projections still have several more storms and even a couple major hurricanes that are projected that we could see before the season's up.
Yeah, and there has been some seasons, especially with a stronger El Nino, that things happen a little bit later on. So we're seeing those break right now, but we could be seeing things fire up even just after the peak of hurricane season. So lots of things to watch in the tropics, but for now, things are quiet, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't still be prepared.
Good advice. Fox 35 Storm Team meteorologist Laurel Blanchard, we appreciate you joining us for our Florida Live forecast.
Thanks, Garrett.
We're going to take a quick break right now, and we'll be right back. Give you a live look at the White House right now, where coming up any minute now, we're expecting to hear from President Donald Trump, going to be holding an event in the Roosevelt Room alongside some technology executives, some cryptocurrency executives, going to be talking about U.S. technological and innovation dominance, some financial regulations as well. This is going to be coming up any minute now. So the schedule for 2:30, so we're expecting this to begin in the next little bit. We'll be monitoring that, keeping an eye on the situation, trying to get you to some of the president's remarks. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here, and thanks for joining us here on Fox Local, YouTube, Facebook, and on Fox 35 TV. Just moments ago in Flagler County, we heard from Sheriff Rick Staley, who held a news conference and gave an update on the arrest of Kayvon Raybar, a 65-year-old man who was just arrested for the sexual battery of a 19-year-old back in 2015. This is a case that has been cold. It stems back more than a decade, and now a suspect finally facing charges for this. The sheriff announcing that at a news conference just a few minutes ago.
Thank you first for coming today. I know it's hot out there in the sun. Today we are announcing the arrest of Kayvon Raybar, age 65, currently a resident of Melville, New York, for the sexual battery of a 19-year-old in 2015. On July 3rd, 2015, our victim reported a sexual battery, or more commonly known as a rape, where she believed she had been drugged on July 2nd, 2015. I want to point out that I was not the sheriff on July 2nd, 2015. In fact, I was not the sheriff until January of 2017. The victim was 19 at the time of the assault and reported that she had gone to Michael's Auto Group, formerly located at 3100 East Moody Boulevard in Bunnell, which operated as a used car sales lot from 2014 to 2016. And she went there to discuss a car. Instead, Raybar, who owned the used car lot, asked her to join him for dinner to discuss coming to work for him at the business, transporting cars. And later they went to his home in Palm Coast on Ellison Lane. The victim stated that she walked away from her drink and upon returning observed a white powdery substance on the glass, but drank it anyways and remembers that it had no taste. The victim stated she quickly became disoriented and lost consciousness. She later woke up naked in Raybar's bed with him laying next to her. We know today he targeted this victim for a sexual assault. At the time, detectives began an investigation, but the case went cold for a variety of reasons, including the inability at the time to prove the victim had been drugged. On September 9, 2015, FDLE toxicology results came back negative for alcohol, and on 11/3, November 3rd, 2015, came back negative for narcotics. On June 15, 2016, detectives served a search warrant for Raybar's DNA. The DNA matched foreign DNA in the victim's sexual assault kit, but because the victim could not prove the allegation that she had been drugged, or I should say because the detectives could not prove it at that time, the case was placed in an inactive status on September 29, 2016 by the then detectives, and again before I was sheriff. Fortunately for our case, today, detectives at the time had requested a SANE nurse, that's S-A-N-E, nurse, which is a specially trained and certified RN to conduct a sexual assault exam, and that evidence was still available. On July 30th, 2025, the victim contacted the sheriff's office to obtain a copy of the report, and our major case unit reviewed the report and then reopened the case as our detectives believed the case could be solved. The case was assigned to Detective First Class Nicole Marson, to my left. Fortunately, the DNA, blood, and other evidence was still available, and Detective Marson submitted the blood sample on March 19, 2026 to the National Medical Services Lab in Horsham, Pennsylvania, which had developed expanded levels of testing. On April 2nd, 2026, the lab detected the presence of a drug commonly known as Ambien in her blood. This drug is often used in sexual assaults by slipping it into a drink that is given to the victim. On August 3rd, 2026, Detective Marson obtained a warrant for Raybar for sexual battery under specified circumstances. It means it's a higher level of a sexual battery crime because a drug or some other item was used. During the investigation, we discovered that Raybar, who was born in Iran and established U.S. citizenship on April 4th, 2001, we learned that he was preparing to move out of the country. Now, we don't believe he was fleeing because we don't think he was aware of the reopened investigation. So we coordinated with the Suffolk County Police Department in New York to assist with the investigation by establishing his current location and to have DHS place him on a no-fly list. On August 4th, 2026, Suffolk County Police Department arrested Raybar, who waived extradition to Florida, and he arrived in Florida earlier today. Here's what we know about Raybar. Raybar established residence in Palm Coast and later relocated to Melville, New York in 2020. While he was in Florida, he lived in Flagler, Duval, Clay, and St. Johns County. He had no major criminal history. He did have 2 prior Florida arrests. One was for DUI in 2012, and the other one was for driving on a suspended license in 2015. So as I close this announcement, 11 years ago, this predator drugged and sexually assaulted a woman who trusted him, a woman that was only 19 years old. Today, our victim is getting justice. I'm sure he thought he got away with assaulting this young woman. Well, I'm incredibly proud of our detectives that reopened this case and not giving up. I want to thank our state attorney, R.J. Larissa, in his office, the lab, the Suffolk County Police Department for their assistance in bringing Raybar to justice. And let this be a warning to other criminals that prey on our residents. Don't ever think you got away. It's only a matter of time, sometimes maybe a decade or longer. But we will get you, and you will be brought to justice. Finally, as the owner of Michael's Auto Group, Raybar had regular contact with the public. If anyone's seeing this or hearing of it, if you engage with this perverted predator or Michael's Auto Group in any capacity and you feel you are victimized, you're encouraged to contact the Flagler County Sheriff's Office at 386-313-4911. Again, I just want to commend our detectives, our major case unit, for bringing this case to fruition of an arrest. It would have been easy just to give the victim the report and just move on, but that's not what they did. And so I commend them for taking this. And I will also say that, you know, technology changes, the ability for DNA and analysis changes. So it was 10 years to get better, which also helped significantly in this case. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
When did you say the auto group closed?
2016.
They closed. It was his, he owned it?
He owned it. It looks, from what we can tell on the business records, he owned it from 2014 to 2016.
You guys had the rape test kit done. Can you explain why you needed a positive identification of drug in her drink in order to be able to charge him?
Well, at this time, what you had was evidence of a sexual encounter, but you have to be able to prove it wasn't consensual. And clearly, if you drug somebody, it's not consensual.
Sheriff Staley talking earlier today in Flagler County, a 19-year-old victim drugged and raped, and now 11 years later, a New York man behind bars in Flagler County, and detectives asking for any other potential victims to come forward. Going to take a quick break right now here on Florida Live, and we'll be right back. Welcome back into Florida Live. Garrett Wymer here. Thanks for joining us. It is almost 2:50. Got about 10 minutes left with you here on Fox 35. We appreciate you joining us for Florida Live. Want to let you know some of the things we are watching as we are waiting for President Trump and his event to begin at the White House. Several trials that we are keeping an eye on. I want to give you a live look right now inside a courtroom in Orange County where jury selection has been continuing for the trial of Jalen Edgar. We were anticipating opening statements at some point today, so I believe we are nearing the end of jury selection. They may be going through some of their strikes right now. This has been a process that has been going on all week. We are talking about the case of the suspect who is facing charges in connection with the Halloween night shooting in downtown Orlando back in 2024. 2 people were killed, a number of others were injured. And this is a case that has been kind of taken a long road to get to trial. And that is one reason why that you're seeing on your screen right there, that handwritten note. There have been some communications, some complaints that Jalen Edgar, the defendant, the suspect here, has had some issues with a previous defense attorney, had been asking for a temporary insanity defense. That delayed the trial that was originally scheduled for back in January. So you're seeing some of those previous hearings where this has gone before Judge Keith Karsten before. But let me give you a live look back inside the courtroom right now. Jury selection is wrapping up, and we will have opening statements at some point. The trial expected to last a few days. We do know the prosecution has a number of witnesses, a couple dozen witnesses, I believe, expected to testify. We know there were a lot of people in downtown Orlando that night, and so I'm sure a number of witnesses will be called to testify, and we expect to hear from them. So opening statements at some point soon. We've been monitoring that trial. Want to also get you inside a courtroom in Volusia County. You see the seal of the state of Florida right now. That is because we are on a verdict watch in the Dagmaria Ponte trial. We've been following that one as well. She is a woman who has been facing charges in connection with the alleged assault of a school resource deputy at a middle school in Deltona. You may remember some of the body camera video because this is a case that we've been following for a while. She and her husband both faced charges in connection with this incident. Her husband entered a plea, I believe, last fall. His case has been resolved, but Aponte taking this to trial. The jury has been deliberating for a little bit now, and so we will see what they end up coming back with. I do not believe they have come back with any questions or anything yet, so we will see what ends up happening with that. Again, give you a live look inside that courtroom. We will keep you updated. We'll, of course, have updates tonight on Fox 35 News at 5 as well. But right now, I want to give you a live look inside the Roosevelt Room of the White House, where President Trump is expected to show up any minute now. You can see a gathering there of several major tech and crypto executives, including the chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. We've seen several of these events kind of focused on tech and cryptocurrency, and this event is going to be kind of looking at that as well. We're going to hear from the president here any minute now. This was supposed to start about 20 minutes ago or so, and so we will bring this to you. If it doesn't happen in this 2 o'clock hour while we're on TV, we will still have that for you as our live streaming news coverage continues over on Fox Local, so you'll be able to watch it that way. This is, again, as you see there, Roosevelt Room of the White House. President Trump going to be meeting with several executives, advisors, talking about technological innovation, U.S. dominance in that field, and also going to be hearing a little bit about some financial regulations and some developments in that. The SEC, Securities and Exchange Commission, just proposed rules that could make it easier for companies to issue and sell certain digital assets. So we'll hear more about what might be coming from that coming up in just a little bit. While we're waiting on that, let me give you a live look at Inter.co Stadium in downtown Orlando, just a few hours away now from what will be an interesting matchup and an exciting matchup on the pitch tonight in Orlando. Antoine Griezmann and Robert Lewandowski, 2 soccer stars who have faced off before, but this will be their first time facing off in the MLS. And I had the chance to speak earlier with MLS TV analyst Ross Smith to talk to us about what we can expect to see on the pitch tonight and why this is such a big deal. out by saying it's the first matchup in the MLS, but these are two stars who have crossed paths before.
They are. They cross paths across in Europe. Two guys who have played at the top of the game with their respective clubs. You talk about Antoine Griezmann and Atletico Madrid. You talk about Robert Lewandowski, who's played for Bayern Munich, Barcelona, and of course Griezmann across in Barcelona as well. But the two of them playing at top world's clubs at the top level and for their country as well. Two players who have won the most prestigious trophies that you could imagine as a soccer player now coming to this side of the Atlantic, and really nothing's stopped from there. They haven't skipped a beat. They have continued to progress everybody around them. Look, they're as advertised. They've been superb since coming to MLS.
How special will it be to see them on the pitch together tonight in Orlando?
Yeah, Garrett, I think what stands out to me the most is that there is still so much soccer and talent in them. You know, you're looking for that first and foremost. Number one, individually, do they still have it? And are they going to be able to show their world-class skill? And the answer is yes. The second one is, how do they affect everybody else around them? And we are starting to see that for Orlando City fans. You're looking at with Justin Ellis, the young 19-year-old, how it's rubbing off on him playing beside Antoine Griezmann. Tyrese Spicer, who is starting to bang in the goal since the World Cup break. You know, so that proximity effect is taking place in Orlando, and then Chicago as well. They had to make a big decision by parting ways with their goal scorer Hugo Kuipers, who has gone down to Liga MX, to Monterrey, to make room for Robert Lewandowski. But he's rubbing off on a player like Philip Zinkernagle, who will be playing in proximity. Anyways, these guys have shown that they have plenty of soccer left in them, and what they are doing to influence those around them is having a big impact.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up, because and let's talk about that for Orlando City. I mean, it's been a tough season for them, obviously.
Yeah.
How has Griezmann being on this team? How have you seen the Lions change, and how do you see them improving? Maybe are there signs of some turnarounds here now that he is on the team, and like you said, rubbing off on some of the younger players here?
Yeah, every area of the pitch, I would say. The ones that matter most, I think, that really stand out, where you see it turning around, is that guys now have a direction for them. And so they're very technical in the attack. If I looked at that, and you look at Pasalic, Ojeda, we haven't seen yet, Martin Ojeda, because he's been injured. But you imagine when he comes back in and plays alongside Griezmann, there's the complementary skill set to go with Antoine Griezmann is perfect, because they're very technical players around him. It's not as though the ball goes to him and then he's got to make magic happen. He's the type of star that needs support, and he's got support. And so the technical ability to break teams down is there, and I think you're going to see that progress. The other end of it, defensively, now if things aren't going well and you're kind of batten down the hatches and you're under it, you look up and you see a world star in Antoine Griezmann. You think, we can weather the storm, because we know we've got a game changer who can just with a snap of the fingers can change the game. So I do think
a lot of excitement and a lot of things we'll be watching on the pitch tonight at 7:30. Just about out of time here on Florida Live. We are still standing by, waiting for President Trump. We'll have that for you in just a couple of minutes on Fox 35 News Plus, live on Fox Local. Thanks for joining us here on Florida Live today. I will see you next time.
watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back into Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. We're giving you a live look right now inside the Roosevelt Room at the White House, where President Trump is set to deliver remarks alongside major technology and cryptocurrency executives, such as David Sachs, the chair of the President's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology, Mike Selig, the Commodity Futures Trading Commission chair, Paul Atkins, Securities and Exchange Commission chair, and crypto advisor Patrick Witt. Tonight's afternoon event is going to focus on U.S. technological and innovation dominance, such as digital asset frameworks and financial regulations as key regulatory developments advance. And as we said, these technology and cryptocurrency leaders will be in the room with the president to receive those remarks. And what's interesting about this is it comes just one day after the SEC proposed rules that could make it easier for companies to issue and sell certain digital assets. So once that gets going, we're going to have that for you live here on Fox 35 News Plus. But first, earlier this morning, Fox 35's Garrett Wymer got to speak with John Hanley from the UCF Political Science Department. He's a lecturer there, with some big takeaways from yesterday's primary. So let's listen in to see what he had to say.
A lot of local officials supporting Elijah and a lot of criticism and controversies around Mills. So, it's hard to see what's going to happen among primary voters. For Elijah, that's a solid win. It positions him well considering the district for the general election. And I think probably Republicans are breathing a sigh of relief that they're going into November with someone who's pretty clean and not tainted with all these scandals, rather than someone who's got a lot dogging him.
Yeah, you had mentioned the previous Trump endorsement of Corey Mills. The president, when he was kind of re-upping many of those endorsements over the past couple of weeks leading up to the primary, Corey Mills was noticeably absent from that list. And then today on Truth Social, President Trump posted this saying, "I told Congressman Corey Mills of Florida, a friend of mine, to get out of the race, but he wouldn't listen. He thought he could win, so who can blame him? We now have a great candidate, Ryan Elijah, running in his place. Ryan stands for everything MAGA and is respected by all. He has my complete and total endorsement." Your reaction to these comments from the president today after Corey Mills lost last night?
It's a bit entertaining. Certainly the president could have said some of those things more publicly before the primary election. He didn't.
We are going to take you out of this real quick to go right to President Trump, who is speaking now there at the White House with those cryptocurrency leaders.
Anybody in finance knows every one of them, and I want to thank them for being here today. We're delighted to welcome some of our nation's brightest minds in finance, crypto, and technology ahead of the first ever meeting of the CFTC's Innovation Advisory Committee in Washington, D.C. This is a group of very smart people that are on a committee to recommend what we do. Right, Paul? They're going to be telling us a little bit, but I think Paul knows maybe more than anybody. He's doing a great job. We're all happy with Paul, I think, right? He's been absolutely fantastic. Crypto markets and the prediction markets and conventional finance to decentralized finance. The people in this room are ensuring that the future of commercial markets is pioneered and perfected right here in the USA. We're fighting a lot of other countries to control these markets and to have these markets and to profit and all the jobs and everything else created. And we're doing well. We're leading in every aspect, including AI. And we're leading by a lot, and we want to keep it that way. I want to thank the chairman of the Commodity Futures Trading Commission, Mike Selig, for his tremendous leadership. And come here. Thank you, Mike. I didn't recognize you from so close. And thanks as well to a very special man, a man that everybody respected for a long time. Yeah, he's a man I wanted to do this job, head of the SEC. Chairman Paul Atkins, who's also doing an outstanding job in everything else he touches. He's doing a lot of things for the country, so I want to thank you very much. Great job. Thank you. Thank you very much, Paul. We're also pleased to be joined by Executive Director of the President's Council with advisors with the digital asset. All of the digital assets are all put into one, Patrick Witt, and many other top industry leaders, including Coinbase. Where's Brian? Brian Armstrong, CEO. He's one of the greats. Where is he? Where are you? Oh, you look well. You get much younger. You look good. CEO of International and Intercontinental Exchange, Jeff Sprecher. One of the things, a little thing called the New York Stock Exchange. He owns a thing called the New York Stock Exchange, quite a nice asset, right? Yes, it is. CEO of NASDAQ, Adina Friedman. Thank you very much, Adina. Great job you're doing. CEO of Robinhood, Vlad Tenev. Thank you, Vlad. Nice to see you. And CEO of Kraken, Arjun Sethi. And thank you very much, wherever you are. Thank you very much. Great group of people. We also have some others here that we wanted them. Where's Mike, co-founder of CEO of CTO and president of BitGo, which is a big deal in the world of that thing, that little thing that's happening out there. And Brad Garlinghouse, CEO of Ripple. Brad? Thanks, sir. Thank you very much, Brad. Sergey Nazarov, co-founder of Chainlink Labs. Thank you, Brad. Thank you very much. Good, Sergey. Good job. Arjan, you're here. Arjan? I'm still here. You're here? You haven't left? Peter Smith is here, and Tyler and Cameron Winklevoss are tremendous people, tremendous investors, brilliant people. Chris Dixon is here. And I think I've sort of got anybody I didn't mention, by the way. Pretty much got the whole group. Good. They gave me 4 sets of lists, and that's always a little complex. You never want to say one more than 3 times. Under the crooked Joe Biden administration, the spirit of innovation that built America was under serious attack like never before. And nowhere was that more true than crypto and other new financial technologies, where we were going to be taken to the cleaners by China and other countries. The radical left tried to crush these developments with crippling regulations, brutal restrictions, weaponization. They used weaponization, political weaponization, and constant targeting that drove innovation overseas, and they wanted to drive it out. And at the end of toward the end of the campaign, if you remember, they decided they liked it very much because there were over 100 million people that were liking Trump a lot more because I was in favor of it. They were against it, and they became very much in favor of it. But by that time, it was too late. And besides, those days are all over. That was a terrible period of time for a lot of very good, very honorable financial people. On day one, we fired Joe Biden's rogue SEC chair, Gary Gensler. I think we like Paul better. Do we agree? We like Paul better? Thank you. Number one, he's smarter. He's also smarter, by the way. But we fired him. We got him the hell out of here. We terminated the so-called Operation Choke Point 2.0, which is what the name of their operation was, weaponization. And we ended the war on crypto once and for all. And it's been booming. It's been doing big, and nobody's been able to break in. China would like to break in. They're still trying, but they have been able to. I signed a historic executive order banning any attempt to create a central bank digital currency. We launched Project Crypto to modernize rules so that our financial markets can move into blockchain technology. I established the United States Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, making Bitcoin a permanent asset of the United States Treasury, which has turned out incredibly well. I also created the United States Digital Asset Stockpile to hold custody of all other digital assets, and that's exactly what it's done. It's been amazing. 1 year ago this summer, I signed landmark legislation known as the Genius Act. I named it after myself. I didn't want to use my name, so I just called it the Genius Act, paving the way for widespread adoption of dollar-backed stablecoins. And that's worked out very well. Every single American benefits enormously from our country's status as the financial center of the world, and we want to keep it that way. We're leading by leaps and bounds.
and that there is President Trump delivering remarks alongside major technology and crypto executives there in the White House Roosevelt Room. We're going to take you now to the Dagmar Aponte trial. We're not quite sure if this is a verdict or the jury is coming in with a question, but it does look like there is some activity happening there in that courtroom. So we're going to listen in for a minute.
We're ready. Everybody ready? All right.
Yes.
You ready? Did I set the hearing at 4 or 3? The hearing at 4 or 3. I'm ready. Good. I'm glad they're here. Get it done.
Please rise, members of the jury.
Has the foreperson reached a verdict? Has the jury reached a verdict? If the foreperson would hand it to the bailiff. Thank you. All right, the verdict is in proper order if the clerk would publish.
In the Circuit Court 7th Judicial Circuit and in Court of Volusia County, Florida, case number 2024-108219 CFDL, State of Florida versus Dagmar Aponte, defendant. Verdict. We, the jury, find the defendant Dagmar Aponte, count 1, guilty of battery on law enforcement officer as charged in the information. Count 2, not guilty. Count 3, guilty of resisting an officer without violence, a lesser included offense. Count 4, not guilty. So say we all, dated at DeLand, Volusia County, Florida, this 19th day of August 2026, 4%.
Let me just look at the verdict again. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your service and your attention to this case. You enjoy a special privilege. The deliberations of a jury are confidential. You can never be asked to discuss your thinking or anything related to your deliberations, and that's a special privilege that you hold. Of course, if you wanted to speak about your deliberations, you're free to do so as well. But thank you very much for your time this week. We know you had to pay strict attention in order to reach the conclusion of the case, and thank you. If anyone needs any letters, the clerk has them ready for you. And you are free at this time. Oh, you want the jury poll?
Yes, please.
My apology.
That's okay.
We do need to poll the jury if the clerk would do that. Thank you.
Juror number 1, is the verdict as published your verdict? We weren't assigned.
verdict.
Sounds like we're having some technical difficulties here with the Dagmary Aponte verdict reading, but she was found guilty on 2 counts, found not guilty on 2 others. Again, this is the Volusia County woman who was on trial for allegedly attacking a Deltona school resource deputy after that deputy attempted to handcuff and arrest her 11-year-old son. During this trial, we heard from Deputy Julia Curtin, the deputy that was allegedly attacked. We will come back to this right after break, but here on Fox 35 News Plus, we will be right back.
You're watching Fox 35 News Plus, streaming on Fox Local.
Welcome back to Fox 35 News Plus. I'm Hayden Wiggs. We just got the verdict there in the Dagmary Aponte trial. She was found guilty on 2 of the 4 counts that were presented against her there in that court, found not guilty on the other 2. Again, the Volusia County woman on trial for allegedly attacking a Deltona school resource officer after that officer tried to arrest and handcuff Aponte's 11-year-old son. But right now we're going to take you back into the White House where President Trump is hosting some remarks with crypto and tech leaders there to discuss some advancements and digital asset frameworks and key regulatory developments advancing in technology. So we are going to listen in live to that now in the Roosevelt Room at the White House.
Gone public, and that's up 75% compared to the final year and a half of the Biden administration. And those companies have raised an impressive $208 billion, and that's nearly 4 times the amount raised during the final year and a half of the previous administration. So that's just not incremental progress. That is a turnaround. You've committed to making the United States the crypto capital of the world. And yesterday, the SEC, I'm proud to say, took another significant step to deliver on that. Our proposal, the crypto assets rule, would provide crypto entrepreneurs like those here in this room and job creators the certainty to raise capital in the United States using digital assets. This action is consonant with our belief that the most important priority is for Congress to send the Clarity Act to your desk for your signature. And the SEC is doing everything we can to support that work. So thank you again, Mr. President, for leading this nation to ensure that we continue to have the strongest markets in the world, to reshore innovation, and to welcome, yes, a whole new generation of investors through the Trump accounts. So under your leadership, we will make sure that the greatest advances of the technological frontier are right here in America. So thank you very much.
Well, this morning I was thinking back to the 2024 campaign where the president, I think, very astutely recognized there was millions of voters in the United States who felt disenfranchised by the prior administration. And he made a commitment at that time to make America the crypto capital of the world. And within weeks of taking office, delivered on that promise. And it started first with this executive order, which came out ordering the agencies in his administration to take steps in this direction. He shortly thereafter appointed two of the most competent and pro-innovation regulators anywhere in the world, Chair Selig and Chair Atkins, and of course fired Gary Gensler. There was that big applause line at the Bitcoin conference, which was powerful. And of course, the Genius Act was another milestone just in the past year, along with the Strategic Bitcoin Reserve, et cetera. And just this week, I have to commend Chair Atkins for publishing this new rule that allows crypto projects to raise capital in the U.S. for the first time. There's clarity on that. And Chair Selig, we're excited to attend the advisory committee meeting tomorrow to make progress there. So an incredible amount of progress has been made, and I think what's most important next, of course, is this September 15th vote that we have with the Clarity Act. This would make all of the progress that this administration has made durable into the future, so it could survive for decades and decades to come. And make no mistake, there are folks out there who they want to see this legislation not happen, right? Maybe some of the big banks don't want the competition from crypto companies. Other banks are leaning in and have endorsed it, which I think is really powerful. And so if we all come together, I think we can get this bill over the finish line and hopefully get more than 60 votes come September 15th. Thank you.
And it's very bipartisan, I would say. So
very,
say that. Very much.
That is true.
A lot of Democrat support.
There's hundreds of pages of changes that have come in from the Democrat side as well. It's a true bipartisan compromise, and yeah, it's a great it's a great work product. So up next, I think, is Jeff Sprecher.
That's right.
Thank you. Mr. President, I just wanted to tell you that that your trade policies of fair trade to bring back jobs and businesses from overseas, your energy dominance policies to fuel the next generation of technology in the United States, your big, beautiful bill that created incentives for investments has led to the records that you're hearing about in our stock markets, the record number of IPOs. And as you know from working with my wife who works on private businesses, there's a record number of business formations in this country right now. So we're here to talk about how to evolve regulation so that we don't impede that progress. But one of the things I can tell you about the New York Stock Exchange is that it was formed at the time of our country. And so it, for 250 years, has been subject to every single financial services regulation that has ever passed in the United States, bar none. And so one of the things that I'm so thankful that you've done is put two really strong chairs in these seats and ask them to go through past legislation, regulation, and figure out what we can get rid of that no longer serves the interests of this country. And for that, I really appreciate that on behalf of the New York Stock Exchange.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President, thank you for bringing us together and for your work to ensure the next generation of Americans has a stake in the country's economic success through the Trump accounts and many other things. Thank you also to Chair Selig, Chair Atkins, your administration, for the work underway to strengthen American capital markets and expand opportunity for all Americans. If I had to sum up Robinhood in one word, it would be ownership. Broad ownership is essential to a free, stable, and prosperous society. That belief has shaped pretty much every product we've built, from commission-free investing to 24-hour trading, and now outside the United States to tokenization, which we're using to expand ownership of American assets to people in more than 120 countries. Yet this innovation is reaching investors abroad before investors here back home. And the opportunity goes far beyond public markets. Tokenization will open up markets that have long been out of reach, including private companies. Today, too much economic value is being created before ordinary investors get a chance to participate. Expanding ownership also requires protecting investors. Innovation and investor protection aren't opposing goals. America became the world's capital markets capital by doing both, and the chairs here understand that. American companies are building this technology. American markets are powering it. American assets are also at the center of it. American investors should not be the last to benefit. We look forward to continue to work together to expand ownership, build the next generation of capital markets, and ensure America leads the way. Thank you.
Great job.
Margin.
And you've been listening to President Trump there in the Roosevelt Room at the White House speaking with tech and crypto executives. I want to take you in now before we run out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus to the Jalen Edgar trial. Again, that is the man on trial accused of killing 2 people in a shooting Halloween night at a block party in downtown Orlando in 2024. This trial has been delayed several times, but it looks like now that jury has been sworn in, and opening statements will begin tomorrow morning, and we will take that for you live here on Fox 35 News Plus. Looking to Orlando now, we are out of time, so if you want to watch this press conference upcoming from Governor DeSantis, you can scan that QR code in the bottom left-hand corner of your screen. That'll take you to the Fox 35 YouTube channel, where you'll be able to watch this press conference. Not too much information about what the governor will be speaking on, but he is going to be joined by several people from the medical field. That includes Joseph Ladapo, the Florida Surgeon General, and Siobhan Harris, Secretary for the Agency of Healthcare Administration. So this news conference is taking place at Advent Health Orlando, where the governor will soon be speaking. And again, if you want to watch that, just scan that QR code. It'll take you right to the YouTube page where you'll be able to watch that live. We are out of time here on Fox 35 News Plus. Thank you so much for joining us today, and we will be with you again tomorrow. And we